Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. Greetings, family. This is Bomani Tyehimba of Africa for Africans Tours and Investment. And I'm here with my good brother, Kala Genesis from Kala Genesis Radio and Black African Infrastructure Organization. And family, we are the kings of Pan-Africanism, and we're here to guide you towards nationhood. Greetings, my good brother. How you feeling today?
Feeling good. Feeling great.
Well, perfect, man. You ready? You ready to get into it tonight?
Oh
This
yeah.
is the great solutions from samples of the great debate. So we're here to tell people that we're here to provide solutions. So tonight's topic: great solutions for building a Black nation in America and Africa. And then anyone who wants to come in around the 1 hour mark or so on, reach out. And my good brother Kala Genesis is ready to dialogue with you. And if you want to debate, he's ready to debate you also. But if you want to have a
Yeah. I'm
conversation,
ready. I'm ready
dialogue,
for debate. I'm ready for debate tonight. Well,
absolutely. But we're here to provide
yeah.
solutions, solution-oriented operation. And yes, family, so we're going to keep on building strong. And that's our website for Africa Tours and Investment. So we keep you connected on the journey of a lifetime. So Kala, before we get into it, let me just share a short presentation. All right, and this is from my new featured video on our website. I should say on the YouTube page. Need to actually get this on the website somehow also. But this is a slideshow of all of our tour photos of the last 17 years, and a brief layout of my bio, just talking about my journey and the vision of us building this energy we call Africa for the Africans, and the energy we talk about as far as Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. Yeah. Yes, Scala and family. This is one of those epic it is a 3 minutes and 24 seconds. So you're gonna see this the 17 years of energy just go by in that short time frame. So hold on, family, and journey with me. And I'm always mentioning to everyone this our information is around. Reach out to us, connect with us, introduce us, network with us, connect us to incredible people, and let's build what we talk about at the beginning, this global Black business pipeline. And this is just my introduction into reaching out and looking to connect with more people.
Pondered what it would be like to invest in the heart of the world, Africa? Today, we delve into the journey of a man who dared to dream, dared to venture, and dared to invest in the vast and vibrant continent. Meet Bomani Tyehimba, the driving force behind Africa for the Africans Tours and Investments. Picture this: a young boy, born in Kingston, Jamaica, and raised in the bustling boroughs of New York City. Despite the concrete jungle, Bomani was always drawn to the rich heritage of his ancestors, the pulsating rhythm of Africa. His curiosity sparked a passion that would lead him to establish Africa for the Africans Tours and Investments. Bomani's journey wasn't a straight path, nor was it an easy one. He faced numerous challenges, both personal and professional. Yet, his unwavering resolve and staunch belief in the potential of Africa saw him through. He understood that Africa was not just a destination. It was an opportunity, a chance to build, grow, and contribute to the continent's ever-evolving narrative. Africa for the Africans Tours and Investments was born out of Bomani's desire to bridge the gap between Africa and the African diaspora. He wanted to create a platform that would enable people of African descent to explore their roots, understand their heritage, and most importantly, invest in their ancestral land. Through his organization, Bomani has been able to facilitate a variety of investment opportunities in Africa. From real estate to agriculture, from technology to tourism, Bomani has strived to showcase the vast potential that lies within the continent. He believes in the power of investment, not just as a means to generate wealth, but as a tool for sustainable development and economic empowerment. Bomani's work transcends the realm of business. He is a cultural ambassador, a bridge between continents, a beacon of hope for those seeking to reconnect with their roots. His tours are not just about sightseeing, they are journeys of discovery, of understanding, of connection. So what can we glean from Bomani Tyehimba's journey? First, passion is a powerful driver. It was Bomani's passion for Africa that led him to establish his organization. Second, investment is not just about money. It's about contributing to the growth and development of a community, a country, a continent. And lastly, connecting with one's roots can be a transformative experience, one that can inspire, empower, and ignite a sense of belonging. In the end, Bomani Tyehimba's story is a testament to the power of passion, perseverance, and purpose. It's a story about dreaming big, taking risks, and making a difference. It's a story that reminds us that investing in Africa is not just about financial gain. It's about cultural enrichment, economic empowerment, and sustainable development. To sum up, Bomani Tyehimba's journey is a shining example of how one man's passion can create a ripple effect, impacting not just his life, but the lives of countless others. Through Africa for the Africans tours and investments, Bomani has been able to connect people with their roots, facilitate investment opportunities, and contribute to the growth and development of Africa.
Could Libalvi be right for you? Talk to your doctor to find out.
I give that
Yes,
5 stars.
Yes, my good brother. Welcome back to our schedule.
I give that 5 stars. That was really done professionally, you know?
Appreciate you, brother. That's one of my new latest films, latest project to market what we're doing and let people know about the test of time that we have stand in this business, in this movement, and the moves that we're making. And
you guys send that to me, and I can send that. I'm gonna boost that on Facebook. You know, I'll boost it. You know, to reach I'll reach it so it reaches 10,000 people.
Absolutely. Yes, so we appreciate the energy, man. But yes, Khaled, that is the subject right here. I'll get that over to you and family, for anybody else. That is a featured video, and it's also the playback video. So it's the main 2 videos on YouTube, on my YouTube channel. But yes, my good brother Khaled, this is what we're talking about, family. And then family also, when you're watching those details, these are the information at the bottom if you ever just want to reach out to me about any of the things we talk about. But that's the work that we do in Africa, practical work and journeys all over the continent. And tonight we're here to talk about the great solution or great solutions for building a Black nation in America and in Africa. Afrikstan analysis live with Khaled Genesis and Bomani Tyehimba. So family, that's what we're getting into. A good brother Khaled, you want to continue on from when we last left off with our live on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Also, family, this is the part of conversation that we're going to continue on into, and we're going to get directly into the topic.
Yeah. Well, I was saying was Tuesday night, you know, even though the conversation went kind of left, I think we covered a lot of good points and everything like that. But, you know, I think people miss something what I was trying to explain. I'm like, look, this is not an overnight thing. This is something that's going to take generational. This is something that we're laying a foundation for future generations to build on. Because, you know, we may not see this in our lifetime, but there's an old saying, like I would say, the man plants a tree knowing that someone else is going to benefit from the shade. And it shows character, and it shows the first path to enlightenment. You know, so therefore we're driven to do this work right here. And that's why I chose Liberia to go to. You know, it's my first country to go to the continent, you know, because I understood the history of the country. And I said that, we have to make a connection and rebuild continue what our ancestors founded. Okay. Uh, some people get a lot of push. I get a lot of pushback from that. Oh, why Liberia? What? Like I said, I would not say that if I did not know, and I had to see for myself firsthand, right? Because I was, always like, okay, Angola, you got all these countries and everything, South Africa, Kenya, and everything. Well, actually, when I went to Liberia and I saw what I saw, and I met the people I met, it convinced me that yes, we need to start here. What I mean by start here is we cannot be always at the. We're talking about nation building. We have to be at the point where we're at the table. That we have something to offer, that we have something to build, and we have something to contribute, right? And it has to be respect on both sides, right? It can't be just one way where we're only looked at for our money and stuff like this, and we're not getting anything or making any political or social gains. That's important because some people tell me, "Oh yeah, don't worry." No, yeah, it's important that we as a group of people be respected. That's why I say when we talk about Black nation in America, yes, we have to get back to that we're a nation in America too. We have an identity here. We have a lot at stake in America. And so therefore we control a lot of institutions and stuff like this. So let's use those things to empower our communities over here and then, transform that to the African continent. And that's the true science of Pan-Africanism. We have to bring something to the table. If we don't bring something to the table, right? And if we basically go to the continent empty-handed and just basically say, oh, I just want a passport, and just show me a passport, and you're not really connected, got your ducks in order and whatnot, people look at you, well, what are you bringing of substance to the continent? And so that's what I want to talk about tonight, too, why people ask me why I don't emphasize dual citizenship. I don't think it's that important right now. What's important is, building the economic and the social networks here in America and then transfer them to the continent, right? You don't need a passport for that. That's something we can do right now, supporting Black-owned businesses, right? I say this all the time. If you don't have a Black-owned business app and everything where you support a Black-owned business once a month, whatever like that, you're part of the problem, So therefore, these things like that's part of your subconscious is part of what I call nation building, supporting Black-owned businesses, looking out for the best interest of your community. Don't throw your vote away. Just don't vote for a politician just because they play on your emotions and everything. See how that's going to benefit you or benefit your community in the long run. Everything that we see right now is that we're failing. We're seeing right now people like, oh, geez, why is everything, we have no power and all this stuff has happened to us, right? Because we get emotional. We're not Black anymore. We don't have a Black nation. We're part of the Democratic nation. We're not Black anymore. We're part of the Christian nation. We're part of the American nation. We're anything but a part of the Black nation. And that's why people could just take our votes for granted. And they take our votes and they use their position to bring millions of people here to this country to replace us. Everything. And say, well, how did it happen? Because you weren't thinking in terms of your community and what's best for you. And so the bottom line is this: the same thing when we talk about going to the continent. People don't go to the continent saying, though, you're part of this Black nation that experienced slavery and everything. So you have to stick together and look at your own interests. People go to the continent and they say, oh, I don't care anymore. I'm just on my own. I don't want to be part of no African American people, blah, blah, blah. And they end up failing, losing everything, getting scammed, ripped off, hurt, and discombobulated. And they wonder why what happened. So I'm saying, like I said, a nation is a nation, no matter whether we're here in America, Africa, or we decide to go to Mars. We're one people. We have to work and function together as a group. Don't mean we have to agree on everything, but we have to have some sort of groundwork laid that, we're here. So what I have is a platform which we can do that, right? If people utilize it and say, look, this, we have a social network that I created and I'm paying for and everything. That people use that and say, look, we're going to make this our base and how we connect and everything. People of like mind could build together and stuff like that, form their own groups and networks throughout the country and everything like that, chapters and everything. and on the continent we could plug it all together. But whether people are going to take that advice and do it, that's another thing. So that's what I want to open up with.
All right, excellent, Kala. So let's continue on into the main diagnostic of the situation, which is the solutions. And unfortunately, there's things that people want in Africa that it's something that you can work towards in the future. But
Right.
Some things you're just not going to get immediately, and it's what it is. I don't get into the debate of passports and things like that. I don't think getting a passport from an African nation is the most important thing. But somehow, you have this. Some of these folks, they think that's the most important thing. I had this one jokester come over here and literally this. I got him a Tanzania and a Ghana visa, and and that's not how we do business. It's not a place you just come in. We just do those things for you. But literally, this showed no commitment. That everything you mentioned is like they want you to honor, what you can do for them. But it's like at the same time too, it's like then they play around with business. It's like if you're not gonna journey with me, you're not gonna do business with me. Don't waste my time for this. It's not a free service of operation. We support people that travel and do things with us. And as far as if you want certain things, yeah, passport is one of those things where during the party, work with us and things like that. But like as I mentioned, as I'm talking with this dialogue about this person, folks just want to take, and not say, hey, let's put our energy together and get this thing done. And then people have their, they have their fantasy wish list and things like that, and thinking that things are just gonna magically happen. Like this is a magic show, and you just wave your hand and things just happen. You got to get out there in the trenches, and you just got to put the moves in and make things work. So what I want people to do is watch our energy for what we build in Liberia, because that's the project that both of us are working on together. So when people say a bunch of things out Kala, and they tend to want to run their mouth about what we're doing, that's what we're doing. We're building a repatriation and pan-African efforts and energy in Liberia. And the more of us that can be focused on joining a party, the better we can build and the more efficient we can build. And it's just that simple. The energy that we've built in Ghana, if we'd had more organized energy, we could have done wonders. But
Yeah.
it's not bad. But you want to do great things and build greatness. Yes, my brother.
Yeah. Well, like I said before, I looked at some of the other things that people are going through and what they're trying to do and stuff like that. And like I said, and I said, look, Liberia is a war-torn country. But say, well, so look, it's a war torn, but the laws and everything that's in place. And I was listening to this show today on Spoon Network, right? So Liberian Spoon Network, right? And it was amazing how this one guy got on. He was a senator. He got on, and he was basically saying, and I was kind of depressed when I was listening to this thing, because the situation in Liberia is very, very, I believe we're going to come out of this, right? But I want to be upfront and honest with everybody and everything like that. This is election season right here. It could go left, because passions are raised and everything like that, and there's a lot of accusations being going around and stuff. This one senator said from Maryland County he said, look, no matter who's in office and everything, he said the institutions and the stuff that was in place by our ancestors, right, is you can't circumvent this. What he was talking about was the accusation that there's Liberia becoming a narco state, which drugs are being, people are smuggling drugs in and stuff like this, right? And the DEA of Liberia, right, when they're investigating, they had their budgets cut and everything like that. And so they can't fight the drug scourge that's going on right now in the country, And so therefore he's saying, look, no matter what they do, he said the way this country was built and founded and everything like that, nobody can destroy it from within. Nobody. you know, and then that reassured me one thing, right? That if we come to the Liberia and we build with Liberia or whatnot, that we do have a stake and a foundation, something to build upon. And this is no slight against any other African country and everything, but I never heard anybody else say that, right? You know, I never heard anybody else say that about their country, right? I heard somebody said today that in Ghana, the government, the chiefs own most of the land and stuff like that. They could take the land for a 50-year lease and stuff like this, and then and all these problems that have lies from land issues and everything like that. Liberia doesn't have that. There's no white people in Liberia. There's no white citizens. There's no white settlement like you have in Zambia. Right now, Zimbabwe has its first white Miss Zimbabwe is a white woman, you know? And so therefore, when we talk about nation building, we're talking about a black nation. Okay. How can you have a country like Zimbabwe, 99% black, but your Miss America, Miss Zimbabwe is white? And so what I'm saying is this, though, we're being pressured right now by the international community to give up our racial identity. This is why people find it so easy for France to wage war in Africa, right? And France could look at Africa, West Africa, like its own personal property, and not everybody's not up in arms, right? Why nobody's not going to war? Like it's almost like we basically are saying, yes, this part of Africa, whatever the white man has, it belongs to them. But there's one country in Africa where the white man never raised his flag. He never made any laws. He never had a military, and that's the Republic of Liberia. Despite all its problems, right? When you look at the long term, as far as black people in America, right? That's the perfect country for us to build a base, a black nation, a base, and a strong black community in Africa to advantage the rest of the continent. And I stand by that, you know, of everything I've seen. And everything I'm seeing right now, I was vindicated, right? I'm seeing right now the country of Benin, right? Saying it's going to support France, right? Senegal is sending black men, right? And then and you study the French, right? The French basically said, we're going to turn their men and the Africans into black Frenchmen. This is why I don't like the term black American. You know, I like the term African American because African American is an ethnicity, right? Just like you got Scott Irish, French Canadian, Italian American, everything. African American means a person of descendant of slaves. When you say you're a black American, what you're saying is I'm an American, right? But I'm black. You know, I'm an American, right? But just happen to be black. That means the mindset of America, the values and the views of America, you're fully American. That's not what we are. That's what I am, right? I'm not an American, basically just happens to have black. That means I'm not a flag waving, flag saluting American talking about, but I just happen to be black. So the French basically have succeeded, right? And I did not think this was real, right? And I was always the time I was hoping I was wrong. They turned their Senegalese, right? Now I always ask this question: what about the Muslim community, right? I thought Senegal's practice Islam. So in other words, they're black Frenchmen or French before they're even their religion. They're Muslim, you know, before they're Wolof, before they're Mandingo, before they're all these things, Mendi, before they're anything, they are French. You know, they're part of the French world. And proof of which is that they're gleefully sending their troops in to join the French to crush another black African people state. You know, this is what you're dealing with right now, right? So when I have these views and everything like that, instead of coming at Carl Genesis, right, why does he think the way he does, right? Why is he? What's in his mind, right? And I'm saying to myself, right, this we are basically in a position in Black America. Well, I don't want to see where our people get caught up in this situation. You know, I don't want to see how people, why don't colleges also African content provide white Tunisia? Okay, somebody. Let me read some comment. Then why don't you leave colleges also Africa as a continent and a province in white Tunisia? I don't know what you're talking about. You know,
I'd hold on. Let me just go through them with you.
No, it's in a private. It's in a private chat.
Yeah, Yeah, there's a Hotep serial killer on, but I sent a message to him that he has to wait till your presentation is over.
Right.
I'm
So
trying to get you some folks lined up.
and he's another one that's going to get crushed tonight.
So you let me know when you're ready to let him in.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, we'll let him on in a little while. So my point I'm trying to make is this, right? No one ever said, right, and it gets me is all the people, these Hotep serial killers and all these other people like this right here, are calling me a Hotep and everything like that. Most people who do the Hotep thing don't care about America. I mean, don't care about Africa and everything. They don't talk about it. I'm saying that we cannot be confined to the concept and the construct of the borders of America. That's not our manifest destiny, right? If we basically become like our ancestors were, our ancestors basically were living scattered throughout America. They went to Canada, they went to Mexico, they went to the Caribbean, they migrated to Africa. Someone went to Russia, someone went to France and everything like that. Someone went to South Africa. And so therefore we always basically became the same people no matter where we went. So these people are offended when I say that America is not the only game in town. And I'm saying to Black America, okay, you want to hold on to America, right? You say you want to be America, right? But you're not doing anything basically to build the institutions and protect yourself. You don't even have your own political party. How are you going to have 45 million people with no political party? Show me your political party, right? So the bottom line is this, just like what problem I have with people like Jason Black and all these other people, right, is that they have no end game, right? And tonight we're going to talk about the end game, we're going to talk about the end game. Well, Africans don't care about Africa, but we do. We do. I do. Oh no, Tyrone. Oh Lord, it's a white settlement, all Africa. Oh yeah, I knew that was Tyrone. His goofy self. They stopped trying to push failed attempt to sell in Liberia, a failed pie in the sky agenda. You have no stake in Liberia. You failed pan-African ideology. Well, that remains to be seen. And the bottom line, Tyrone, you're not Native American, right? And you have no land in America. You have no land. You're not a Choctaw. You're not a chicken wing saw. You're not a Cherokee and all this kind of stupid stuff like that. That's why
Hey, Tyrone can get it also, man. I mean, let me
get it too.
Let me line them up for you, and you just knock them down like bowling pins.
Yeah, the bottom line, that's him in the chat room. The Hotep killer, whatever like that. That's him. He has land in South Carolina. He probably in the Low Country, Gullah Geechee people, whatnot.
Tyrone's lost.
Native American. Yeah, Tyrone's lost. Yeah, Tyrone's lost. The bottom line is this, and like I told him that For Righteous chick, right? I said, I'm like, look. If I put you in Ghana, right? You can go right to the market, put a basket on your head. No one even know the difference. You can go right to the market in Ghana, put the basket on your head, and put a baby on your back and whatnot. Nobody know the damn difference. The bottom line, I'm saying, I could tell Tyrone by even though he got a little effeminate voice and everything like that, you can hear the Africanist in his voice. We have a certain voice patterns, And I deal with a lot of people on the phone before I do for a living, right? And I know a lot of Black people who are mixed race, right? Some Black people who are real mixed race, right? You really can't tell them a lot of times because their voice patterns. They can't tell them a lot of times if they're Black or white. And also, I go to their house and this is a Black woman. She's like a real light-skinned Black woman, whatnot. Light-skinned Black woman. Okay, I can see why she sounds the way she does. She sounds just like a white woman and whatnot. But sisters, real sisters and whatnot, they got that voice. Brothers got that bass in their voice and everything.
All of the
wow.
in the house, brother. All of the trolls are in the house tonight, yo.
Yeah, they coming out tonight, right?
Ever since I unblocked all of them, they just started coming back.
Don't block. They're always good for fun. Kala,
that's why I keep them unblocked now. We just have fun with them.
What you call it? Kala, Bomani, Calabine, a tether, Jamaican, Black American, or FBA, indigenous to American. Black FBA are not indigenous to America. You're indigenous to sub-Saharan Africa. You're indigenous to sub-Saharan Africa. You know, all my sub-Saharan Africa, raise up. Yo, come on, sub-Saharan Africa, raise up. Come on, Tyrone. Come on, Rockman. Let's big up sub-Saharan Africa, you know? When you do that, you will set yourself free. You know? You are basically sub-Saharan African, bro. You put that, you said, yo, look at my copper car. You know, he put his big Ebola hands up there, like it would be picking cotton one night. Yeah, look at my head. I'm copper cut. If you don't take your black Ebola hands down, man, you know, big Ebola, long Ebola fingers and whatnot. Talk about he's a friggin' Native American. Stop it. You're sub-Saharan Africa, right? If I can't get you to do nothing else, I want you to just accept the fact that you're sub-Saharan Africa. Your ancestors came here during the transatlantic slave trade. We took an L, right? But we did a lot of great things in America. We accomplished a lot. We're very proud of our achievements and everything. Now it's time to take it to the next level. As simple as that. You know, so the bottom line is, look, you know, we could talk to it blue in the face and everything. That's why I don't like, I don't like giving Negroes a way out, right? Oh, we're Choctaw, we're Chickasaw, and all those kinds. No.
Well, Kyle, how about this? We just give him 10 minutes, and then let's do his presentation uninterrupted.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's good? Could you point that sub-Sahara on a map, Coon Genesis?
Hey, I agree. What's up, serial killer? How you doing today?
What's good? I'm asking Kayla Genesis, could you point to where that sub-Saharan Africa is on a map?
Where your ancestors come from?
Where's that? My ancestors doesn't go back to sub-Saharan.
Your ancestors are sub-Saharan Africa.
Why are you interrupting? Why are you blurting out? I thought I could have my 10 minutes.
Yes, we're doing an introduction first. I got you, brother. We'll let you. I got you. And Kala, once he asks you a question, same thing. You just respond back with a question. Also, if we're gonna go back and forth. But this is the main topic here. We're talking about solutions for building a black nation in America, where you are. Right
so all of that's not a solution to building anything in Black America. And by the way, we haven't seen anything tangible by niggas selling people to move back to a place that they have never been to. And you're also telling people that fuck around and find out.
All right, Tyrone, you're gonna have to cool down. If we're gonna have a conversation, you're gonna have to cool with the profanity. You can get your point across without using foul language. I was almost finished, and then you can have the floor.
But y'all just use foul language.
Hold on for a second.
Come on now, that's racist. What you just said earlier.
Brother, you don't hear me here on this show using foul language and saying a bunch of things. But
I just heard Kayla Genesis say some racist shit.
All right, hold on for a second.
I didn't use no foul language.
Let me finish my.
That is foul language. If I let a Native American come up on this panel, they'd cuss you out.
All right, listen here. I'm just letting you know right now. We're not going to use any foul language, and we're asking you please not to. Let me just finish real quick. And let me just finish what I'm saying, and then you can address what I'm also saying, and then you can also address Kala. The key situation here we talk about is, number one, we're talking about building a black nation in America and also building a black nation in Africa. So for those who feel like...
But he said that they're not trying to build anything black in America. He said the solution is to ultimately immigrate to Africa, particularly Liberia, a place that American Indians built.
You can let Kala respond to that in a second, but you got to let me finish my explanation of what I'm saying. What we're talking about tonight is, so if you want to talk and address the point on what we can do as far as solutions to building a black nation in America, I'm down with that. And then Kala can also talk about it in America, but if he wants to focus on Africa, that's fine. So let's get into a conversation. So present yourself, brother, and just give us some solutions on how we can build a black nation in America, because we're not against that. I am not against it. I live here. My family live here. Kala lives here. His family lives here. We're just trying to expand our operation to Africa to build a global black business pipeline. But go ahead, brother. The floor is yours.
For one, that's never going to happen because that's a pipe dream. Second, I heard a lot of racism coming out of Kayla Genesis' mouth. So you can't sit there and say that you're not, I can't use foul language and all this other stuff. So that's a violation on his part. Third,
keep it clean.
Kayla Genesis, could you point on a map where Sub-Saharan Africa? Can you point that out?
Do we got a map up here? Do you see a map?
Where is it? Where is that on
it's
the continent of Africa?
It's beneath the Sahara Desert. Have you ever seen a map of Africa?
Where's the beneath the Sahara Desert?
The Sahara.
Pull it up. Could you share your screen?
The Sahara.
I know you're not ready for a debate because you haven't brought a single source.
You're not worthy for debate. I'll teach you.
You haven't brought a single source. You said all night that you're ready for a debate, but you haven't brought any sources. All you used was Eurocentrism. Coon Genesis. Coon Genesis, you're not even living in Africa. You telling people to move to Liberia, but you don't have an ultimate game plan once we get there.
You're taking.
All you're just telling is reheated American colonization society information. And that never worked. Historically, moving to Liberia never worked.
Let me ask you a question.
We had a bunch of. Hold on. Stop interrupting. Because I let you be long-winded and shit.
Hold on. I didn't even say.
Where is that shit on the map? Point to it.
Check us out.
Point to it.
I gotta ask him a question, right? You made a assertion, right? Can you name me 5 Liberian presidents?
Can you name where sub-Saharan Africa?
Yeah,
stop moving the goalposts.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna show you sub-Saharan Africa, right? And then you're going to basically name me 5 Liberian presidents.
Stop moving the goalposts, and you're not gonna question me with a question.
No.
Because this is my time. You can go after what I have to say.
You said
but you can't present no questions, bro. That's not how a debate works.
You said Liberia.
That's not how a debate works.
You said Liberia didn't work. I'm gonna play you later on.
Yes, it never worked. It never worked. Didn't the local Africans hold on? Stop trying to move the goalposts and gish gallop. Stop gish galloping.
You know you're losing. Okay.
Stop gish galloping, bro. You can't even name where sub-Saharan Africa.
Enlarge the screen.
Where is sub-Saharan Africa? Point to it.
Enlarge the screen.
Where is the line? The border line? Where's sub-Saharan Africa?
It's a line where the black people are.
That doesn't mean anything because there's black people all over Africa.
No, it doesn't.
There's native black people in Libya. There's native black people in Mauritania, Morocco. There's native black people all over Africa. What are you talking about?
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are. Come on now. Africa is a black ethno state. What are you talking about?
No. Black people originated in
so you're being pseudo now? You're being pseudo Kayla Genesis?
So bottom line is this. You did not build.
You're being pseudo Kayla Genesis?
Morocco. You did not build on like that. Your ancestors come. Your slave ancestors.
Okay, you still haven't answered the question. Where is sub-Saharan Africa? What countries consist of sub-Saharan Africa? What country?
I mean everybody out. We can't.
Hold on, because I couldn't even have my 10 minutes without this nigga interrupting and blurting out.
Color, you just have to answer the question directly. Just please, without asking another question. So I'm gonna pull the map back up. Icon Fire, welcome to the call also, brother. Once Kala and Hotep Serial is finished, you can introduce yourself. But let me pop the map back up.
You can just you're not gonna get away with this fake Hotep. You're not gonna get nowhere with it. So might as well we just move on and have a proper conversation with Kala.
All right, if he just keeps it wild out, we just get rid of him. But to the point here, when we do our DNA test, almost everyone that I know,
I ain't say anything about a DNA test though. Where is it? Point to the geography.
I'm asking the question directly. You see where all the green is? That's where sub-Saharan Africa is.
That's not sub-Saharan Africa. Isn't Mali in the Sahara Desert?
No.
Isn't Niger in the Sahara Desert?
Parts of it.
Isn't Chad? Is it Ethiopia?
Parts of
Isn't the Sudan? So what do you mean by Black Africa? What do you mean by that?
Also sub-Saharan. Mali is also sub-Saharan.
You gotta let us answer.
That's not a sub-Sahara. Where is the line? You're using Eurocentrism. That's not That's not
Yeah,
anything
you're
African
right. You're right.
science. That's not
You're
African
right.
science whatsoever.
African
That's
Tyrone,
Diaspora.
Eurocentrism.
Tyrone, you're not from North Africa.
Bruh, you're not from Africa, period. And you
Okay,
don't have any evidence
Bro,
of that shit.
bro,
I have a dude named Real Rap that traced his lineage back to Senegal and Cape Verde. Y'all haven't even done the due diligence to do your genealogy to find that African in you.
I did my
All
DNA.
you did was take a spit kit. That's not science.
No.
Bomani, I'm talking Bomani. Where are you, Bomani?
Brother,
And I didn't even get my 10 minutes though. So
I want to say this.
Tyrone, sorry about
I
that.
swore I could have.
Icon Fire, go ahead and introduce yourself, but we do have to give Hotep time.
Yeah. But I'm just trying to say this, right? The last time I checked, this is an African, pro-African, Pan-African channel. Why you let on Indians here? Why are you putting Indians on the channel to talk, bro? I don't
he
understand.
mentioned America in the chat. So what are you talking about? How can we build a black ethno state in America? That's what Bomani just said.
But brother, the conversation.
But y'all then said the only solution is to immigrate to Africa.
We're not talking about.
And I told you that shit is not going to work based on history alone.
We're talking
You're
about two
Indian.
things.
You're Indian. Stop talking about.
Okay, then why y'all not moving to Africa and taking your own advice?
Let me just mute everyone, please, for a second. What we're talking about. So, if one person want to defend as far as solutions, building a black nation in America, you can take that point. The other person, if you want to talk about solutions as far as building a black nation in Africa, you take that point. Hopefully that's clear. So yes, we are talking about America also. So Tyrone is representing. So Tyrone, go ahead and educate us on how we can build a black nation in America, because we're open. We want to learn.
All right, how you do that is focus on your specific group, your family first. How can you build a nation without building your own family? Like, you're split apart from your own relatives. Y'all don't even talk. And then you have individuals like Kayla Genesis talking shit about his own community, but he wants people to move to a place where the degeneracy is overboard than what's going on in America. And there's no fucking measures to stop African crime against other Africans or crime against black foreigners that move there, such as you sell 50-year lease contracts that are not legit and people scamming other people out of land and money, and they get their lives forfeit by the Africans because they don't have any land, they don't have any authority over in this foreign country. And by the way, Africans sold their souls to Russians and Chinese. So how can you go build a black ethno state within another country without building something where you're already at, where you already have the ability and the tools to build up your own infrastructure? So what you do is you unite with your own family community. You repair the damages with your own family unit, and you repair the damages with your own community. Then you can talk about doing business with one another, and those same like-minded people will reciprocate the same shit that you're giving to them, back and forth, vice versa. And then you have your economic Black Wall Street, if I must say. And then once you have that Black Wall Street, you have to maintain that with your own warfare. You have to build up your own police, your own security, your own media apparatus. Then if you have the resources necessary for all of that, then you can unite with the greater so-called black diaspora within the Caribbean, once they got their shit together, then you can move towards building something with Africa. But right now, in the foreseeable future, you can't do anything offhand and say, oh, let's just pack up and move to Africa. No, because you're going to have the same problems that you're facing within the Americas, but worse in Africa, because there's no measures to prevent Native Africans from attacking you, from stealing shit from you, from making you a fifth-class citizen over there, where you're just a political refugee and nothing more. Like you're telling people to send money to Africa and send people to build and develop Africa, like this Dr. Ericana, for what? If they are not reciprocating anything for you, all they're doing is just giving you what people say, symbolic gestures, like the Democrats and the Republicans, and nothing more. With this whole Gory Island thing, that's not even a real story. That's a fake site that was built up by UNESCO. Those are not the places where they had alleged slaves brought through. They say that they brought them through barracoons, not these alleged forts. And then, most of all, the slave trade did not bring any West Africans to North America like that. You had mostly Indians as the chattel slaves. If we look at your Henry Louis Gates own numbers, he said very little Africans came to the U.S. So why are you laying claim wholeheartedly to Africa and not looking into your own indigenous bloodlines over here, or the European? Technically, we're not a full blood. Stop interrupting, Kayla Genesis. Technically, we're not full blood African nothing.
Let him talk, Carla. He wants to talk.
Technically, you're not. So why are you getting upset over nothing? You didn't do your own genealogy, Kayla Genesis. Who you find in your genealogy? Are you a purebred Bantu or so-called sub-Saharan? I want to see that West African in your genealogy. Paperwork, not just a DNA kit. Because I know a person who actually did the due diligence and found that African in the paperwork, not via DNA. You didn't.
DNA is scientific law. You know that, right?
That's not science.
Yes, it is.
It's just guesswork.
Oh, Lord.
It's guessing.
Why you do this to me? You got hard
I heard science being
Bomani, why you doing this to Carla? Bomani,
yeah, hardcore. Yeah, you gotta hold on. We didn't let you in yet. Carla, keep on going.
Yeah, I heard a teacher teaching, so I had to jump in.
Yo,
no,
DNA is scientific law.
Start talking. Icon, I was next to go. Finish talking, and then hardcore. We got you.
Yo, what I'm saying is DNA is scientific law, right? The history books, everything. If
it's scientific law, how come it was invented by a white supremacist by the name of James Watson?
You can't interrupt me. This is what happens when people have never read books.
I'm treating you like you treat me. Shit.
So the bottom line is you can't find me one book, one credible source that will say that slavery never happened and all stuff like that never happened.
I never said slavery didn't happen. I said that West Africans never were brought to the United States like that.
Your ancestors were brought here via the transatlantic slave trade, and
can you prove it? Because that's not everybody's story.
That is your story.
That's not everybody's story.
That is your story.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
Okay, what's my family surnames? If it's my story, what's my family surnames? Am I Kunta Kinte? No.
You came from West Africa, right?
Where's that evidence? Because we didn't find no West African in my genealogy.
Your last name, your surname is Philopoulos.
What? That's not my surname.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. Where did you find that?
I found it in the archives of the National Congress. Your name is Philopoulos.
My name's not in the National Congress. Where did you get this shit from? Where you get family surnames is the Registry of Vital Statistics.
I got your info.
Where? Because the only people that would have family surnames would be the Mormons or the Registry of Vital Statistics within each state.
Well, the Library of Congress got you.
The Library of Congress does not carry people's genealogy.
Take them to school, brother.
Yours is in it, though.
My genealogy isn't in the fucking. No, it isn't.
Your people them is from the native Chickasaw tribe, and your name is.
So you're a clown. So your people are Asiatic backtrackers. How about that? That's according to science. Hey, Bantus ain't even native to Africa, by the way. Did you know that?
I never knew an Indian named Tyrone.
I never knew a Bantu by the name of Big Black.
Look here, Tyrone. Stop dissing my people, man.
Pecan Fire. I never seen you been to Africa before. When are you leaving?
Why you dissing my people, though, man?
And Bomani and Kala, why y'all not living in Africa right now? Why y'all keep returning to the U.S.?
Because they're in a state of war. They don't want to be there.
Exactly. And matter of fact, y'all bigging up Africa right now. Why are they dick sucking Russians right now? I got the footage on CNN. They basically worshiping Russians.
Russia is better than your slave master.
Russia is better than my slave master? Really?
So
are you
don't
sure?
want Africans having a slave master and a white man in Russia, huh?
And Chinese, by the way.
Yeah, the Chinese
so-called Arabs too.
The Chinese and the Russians.
And then on top of that, the Africans that you love selling your own people into slavery.
Alquan, is a drug of choice corn syrup?
I can't even understand you because you're mumbling.
Yep.
I asked if you're a drug.
Let me tell you what he said. He asked you if the drug of your choice is corn syrup.
I don't do drugs.
What country? This is Africa right here.
So aren't you now just being said that things might change? Mr. Putin, call our president. He's positive God. Yesterday. Nothing will be changed.
But according to a diplomatic source, hundreds of non fighters left the Central African Republic in July after Prigozhin's failed mutiny. Those who remain, including his top lieutenants, have agreed to work for the Russian Ministry of Defense. Fighters have already been pulled back from frontline outposts to population centers in an effort to cut costs, the source says. What's less clear is what becomes of Wagner's civilian presence here. This is one of the last places that Prigozhin was seen alive during his final tour across Africa. It's called the Russian Cultural Center, only it has no connection to Russia's official cultural agency.
But no Black American Cultural Center.
By Prigozhin's closest associate here. Photographs taken on that visit show a new face, a woman known as Nafisa Kiryanova. After days of asking for permission to visit, we decided to film covertly. But you were here then when he was here in the photographs.
Damn.
All right, serial killer. What's your point? What is your point?
That's why.
Hold on. Wait, it's coming to it.
You ain't there yet?
Oh, wait.
At their daily Russian concerts, down that side, you see a Wagner fighter.
That's a nice cultural center. That's a beautiful thing that they're doing there. That's wonderful.
For the Russians?
Yeah, absolutely. That's nice. I mean, they're building infrastructure. They're building.
Yeah, I think that's nice.
Yeah, the good stuff.
Better than his slave master.
That is the slave master.
When did the Russians slave you?
Enough of that.
Yeah, just keep drinking your cough syrup, Antoine.
So this is why Africans can't get anywhere because they accept that.
They love white people and Asians.
Okay, so you love white people too.
No, I don't.
And I'll tell you this: if they take the middle of the Sahara countries,
So wait. This look at this shit.
they're gonna lose Africa.
Some of us here, Western diplomats say they don't expect much to change. The local Orthodox Church, the Greek lettering has been painted over. Allegiance now is to the Russian patriarchy. Size of the empire.
Well, they're trying to Orthodox Christian.
Did you hear that? Russian Orthodox Church in
Okay,
Africa.
thank you for sharing.
So why in the world are the Russians worshiping black people, but the Africans worshiping white people? Yep.
Good question. I'd like to hear an answer.
Why in the world are the white people in Europe worshiping black Jesus and Mary, but in Africa, these niggas worshiping white people and Asians?
Also, Tyrone, you can't dominate the conversation. You talk too much. I want to ask you a question, right?
Well, can I hear an answer to that question? That's a powerful question.
No. It's a legitimate question, right? What is Hotep's cereal kill? Cereal is what you eat. I think you meant cereal, S-I.
No, actually, it's a play on words. It's joking about y'all. Y'all didn't see you didn't see your caricature in my icon.
You said cereal.
You don't see that picture of you as the orange and Bomani as the cinnamon parody?
No. You said
it's a BAIO cereal.
You did not know there's two different cereals. You know, cereal.
Yep, it's orange flavored cereal because you and Brandon, y'all promote selling oranges in Kenya, right?
Then what does that have to do? That doesn't make any sense. What does cereal have to do with killer?
Bomani, you got this dude.
Because y'all RBG Hoteps. That's why.
This stuff is chaotic. This dude is.
But can somebody explain why the Africans?
But can y'all explain why Russians worshiping black people, but the Africans are worshiping white people?
Even Antoine, I prefer to talk to Antoine than this guy.
It's Alquan, bro.
Boy, always mess my name up all the time.
Let's answer their questions and then let's turn around and then let them answer our question. So
nobody else can even talk.
Okay, so
where was that sub-Saharan Africa, Kayla Genesis? Because you tried to move the goalpost from that.
Well, I don't know where the legitimacy of that picture comes from. I don't know what's the point of that. You know, some white people they do that all the time. So what's the big deal?
So why do you accept white people's labels onto you? Why do you accept sub-Saharan Africa? Why do you limit Africa to a border?
All right, you call yourself an Indian, right?
No, Kayla Genesis, that's not the same thing. That's not the same thing. That's not the same thing. So how can you let a white person give you a borderline on Africa? If all of Africa's supposed to be black, how's it white all of a sudden? How's it Arab all of a sudden?
You said you're importing Indians, right? Into America, right?
I thought this was the Q&A session, so I want to hear the answers to the question.
That's what he said.
Exactly. Kayla Genesis, why can't you answer simple questions?
You said that they were Indians, right? Where did the word India come from?
America.
No,
it came from the fact that Columbus thought that he was an
For
Indian.
one, that's a historical fallacy because at the time, India was known as Bharat.
The bottom line,
Would you like for me to play a clip of an East Indian telling you the origins of his country's name?
Europeans thought this.
Because you want to know something? You don't even know the original name of West Africa. You don't even know the original name what West Africans called the continent.
So you're calling yourself an Indian, something that Europeans came up with.
Now,
so is it true
about what India was called? So that does into question.
So didn't white people come up with the word Africa?
You guys call yourself Indians, right? And
so Kayla Genesis, didn't the Latins create the word Africa?
Why don't you go? No.
Didn't the Latin European create the word Africa?
No.
So how can you say Africa for the Africans if you're saying really you're saying the continent belongs to the Romans?
Because you don't know what
you're saying the continent belongs to the Romans.
No. Syriacal Africanist was named after Africa. That means students of Africa. Leo Africanus, right? Was called Leo Africanus because he studied.
So what native African came
Because they basically studied, they went to Africa because they turned to Africa.
Colin, go ahead and explain what you have to explain now. He's in backstage.
Yeah, why you wasting time, Carla? You see that dude is like, you're not going nowhere. This dude is a troll paid by CIA agents or something.
CIA.
Yeah.
Hardcore, what's on your mind? What's on your mind? Because Hotep serial killer is on backstage because he's just rambling on and on, and he's not letting people respond. So
no,
go ahead.
Be back on, but he was teaching. But I'll say this first: with these wars,
that's your teacher, bro.
No, he's your teacher.
Yeah, that's your teacher. No, I get
Carla, you know what I think? You know what I think, Carla?
Okay.
I
See,
think that,
my man just talked about people interrupting. Now you interrupting.
I think that you and Bomani, is causing the coups in Africa. You feel me? Y'all talking about.
Cease and suckle, brother.
Quiet down.
One of you finish.
Quiet down.
Okay, now let me say this. Now with these wars in the middle of the Sahara, you guys, for Pan-Africanists, number one, you should be sending up troops to help fight these wars. And two, if they lose those key countries, do you know what that means? You've lost.
Dude, we can't even protect the South Side of Chicago. How the hell are we going to do that in Africa?
Well, I mean, you're supposed to be Pan-Africans. I mean, when Muslims have a
but
problem,
the bottom line is you're a moron because the bottom line, you keep.
But listen,
we're telling you what we're doing, right? We're
trying to tell you what you're not doing, though.
Like that. We're not going to solve.
If you continue to lose even more Africa, then you won't be able to do anything after a while. Whatever you're thinking, because they already got the coveted North Africa, Egypt.
You are being bombarded with crazy people, Bomani. Serious.
So why don't you excuse yourself, and then we can get the crazy people out of here.
No, I like that.
That's you. Nobody can even get a steady point in.
You're right, because I keep getting interrupted by you.
You're talking gibberish, though.
Don't worry about that. Just listen to the gibberish and then respond after I'm done. So
go, man, go.
Okay, but it's gibberish to say that Africa is in the middle of race wars out there, and they could lose that land, the Sahara, then you guys would really be sub-Saharan Africans.
Why is it bothering you?
Okay, this man can't even just be quiet while
but you are Indian. You are Indian, dude.
Don't worry about that. You're a foreigner. You're a foreigner. You're a tether.
But you are Indian.
You're a foreigner. That's worse.
You see me? I'm not foreigner to Africa. I'm African.
You're foreigner to the United States.
And you are in. So talk about United States. Don't talk about Africa because you're not African. You are Indian.
Don't tell me what to talk about. Talk about
don't tell me not to tell you that. I'll tell you that if I want to. You are Indian.
Okay. Are you African?
Go and make a TP somewhere.
I'm asking you a question. Are you African?
Oh yeah, I'm an African.
Okay, so why don't you go over there and fight the power?
I'm fully African. I'm fighting.
The Muslims.
I want to go over there.
Then go over
there. I don't want no Indian in my African business.
I won't be following you. Just go over there and fight the power.
Go and make your fireside.
You guys are hypocrites.
Go make your fireside.
When a Muslim country is attacked, you got Muslims from all over the world signing up to go get busy.
Go get your casino, bro. Go and get your casino. See how that go. Go on your reserve.
This jigaboo.
Don't you have a reservation?
This jigaboo can't have an intelligent conversation. You can only talk.
You come to talk about your opposition. We don't want to hear no.
I'm here to talk about stuff. Period. You don't want to listen. But if I were to do that, if you can't refute it, then
you come here to ridicule and act like you're smart.
I can't do that because I can't even get my damn words out.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask that brother a question. Hey, Alquan, you know Q-Butter has been doing, he's been bashing on Indians for like the last 2 weeks. I mean, 24-hour streams, right? And
someone that said 30 hours.
Yeah, but you know, when the Indians come on, he asks them to source up, short source, right? You come on
before you go on, I hate to interrupt you, but I know where you're going. There was one guy, and I gotta say it, I think it was last night or like early morning. They asked him to source up. And I can't believe what the guy said. He said, I gotta go pick my uncle up from work.
Yeah, but I guess my question is, why don't you never go on the stream and source up? You like to go on these channels, but I never see you go on that stream. So I would like to see you go on that stream.
I've been on places and sourced up.
But why haven't you been there for 2 weeks? You don't have any sources.
Listen, when they say source up, they don't really mean source up because they reject every source that you bring.
No, if it's honestly, I see in the stream. If it's a good source, they'll let it ride. But
no, they don't. They challenge everything and say, "Nah, that's invalid. Here's a better one."
You know, you don't have no sources. I think it's because you don't have no sources.
But who are they to judge that we have to prove a source?
I mean, they let the the crowd decide.
Yeah, but I'm saying, who are they? There's nobody that's of any authority or anything.
Q Butter got a school. I won't say he.
You already explained what the school is about. It's really about, it's a Pan-African school, so that's invalid in and of itself.
But I'm saying, like, you don't like all this jumping from Pan-African channel. I noticed that you don't like to jump on that channel because they'll probably make you source up and show some evidence.
I mean, we already engaged with these characters that's on Q Butter's channel already.
Me and
I'm
talking about you.
Okay, I've engaged and stopped them all. So what do I need to stop them?
I don't know. I ain't seen you in the last 2 weeks over there. I'm just saying, brother.
Well, why do I have to be over there?
You over here?
Then you should feel happy about that.
No, because you say a lot of stuff, but you don't source up over here. You know they'll make you source up over there.
Actually, we do source up, bro.
Nah, who? I ain't seen you over there either. Who's you?
Yeah, actually, I have been on Clear Butter.
They'll laugh you up. Let's see, they get down over there like.
Nah, they just cowards over there, and plus Psycho's the person that handles the thing, and he censors certain information. So
there's not one successful channel that whatever y'all philosophy is, we were Native American one. Now, how come you guys don't have any real channels out there?
What do you mean by real channels?
What do you mean?
No channels that you can say, whoa, geez, they got playlists, they got stuff like this and that. There's not one channel on YouTube.
All types of people.
Oh, like all types of what? I don't see them.
Alquan, Thousand Go Ahead, Safa Carew, Johnny Aborigine,
all these clowns.
Myself.
See?
Clowns.
What are you talking about? Kerry Davis?
Dismissing them all. Clowns, clowns.
How are they clowns?
They're clowns, clowns. Like
how are they clowns? Kayla Genesis. I'd like to see you go over to their channel.
There's a bunch of people that all they sit around doing is denying their African roots. That's all it is.
But they're clowns because they debunk your slave trade story.
These guys don't want to look in
because they dissect your slave ship story.
Because, hold up. They won't cam up, right? They won't cam up. They won't show what they look like.
Actually, they do.
Just like you, won't cam up, won't do it like that.
I mean, we're not trying to go out on dates, man.
Exactly. That's homosexual of you, Queen Genesis.
Yeah, see my long Indian hair and stuff like that.
You got the wrong idea.
Cheekbones and everything. We said, okay, you look like you're Indian.
You don't know that American Indians have kinky hair and melanin for skin? Yeah, we do. Would you like to see the images? I have the images prepared, by the way.
He's about to source up.
You want me to source up? Would you like for me to source up?
Long hair. They're like
Kayla Genesis. Would you like for me to source up?
They have long black
that's the brainwashing version.
Your nappy head, your sister's nappy head.
Would you like me to source up on the hair? Would you like for me to source up on the hair?
You know what I'm saying? All you gotta do is take pictures of black people and talk about they're Native American.
Yeah, they are.
It's about these are Native American.
Kayla Genesis. Why are you running, bro? Because I got the images.
There's no.
Oh no, he's back.
About no Negro American, but your ancestors were.
Who's it? This is Chief Glass of the Apache.
No, that's a black man.
Yeah, that's Chief Glass of the Apache.
But he's not no Native American. That's not no Native American.
Yeah, he is.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is.
He's Apache right there.
Yeah, he's Apache.
Look at his face, man. That's an African.
That's not an African.
People calling people African all the time.
That's an African.
Exactly. That's lookership.
That's an
Kayla Genesis.
How about how you look?
What is an African?
That's an African.
This is a Seminole chief.
That looks like a
And these
nigga.
are Seminole
That's like
Scouts.
Ted the Wino.
What
That's
are
like
you
the Ted
talking
the
about?
Wino down the block, you know?
Boy.
Yeah, he
That's
brought
not
up,
an African.
Ted the Wino,
he showed
you
a
know?
picture of the guy from Family Matters and think he's African.
Kamala
I
Harris is
didn't show anybody from Family Matters. These are actual photos.
You
Kamala
show
Harris is
Eddie.
African.
That's what you show. You show Eddie
Where's
from
your
Family
photo
Matters.
Kayla
No, I
Jenner just
didn't.
thinks that Michi X is African. Polish.
Is Mariah Carey African?
I don't know what she is. Mixed.
Umar Johnson.
No, she's not.
Umar Johnson.
Alquan. He just said Mariah Carey's mixed. She's not.
She's half Venezuelan black and half white.
Yeah.
She's not half white. Who's her white parent?
She's not. No, she's half white.
Who's her white parent?
Half Venezuelan. She's not Native American.
Venezuelan is black.
Yeah,
What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, black
That's
Venezuelan.
black.
Venezuelan.
Where's her white parent? If she's mixed, where's her white parent?
Venezuelan has slaves. You understand that?
That's still black. Slave ain't synonymous with black.
Why you not letting us? Why you make this dude trick you like that? Man, get this dude off the thing, man.
No offense, but I don't think you have the proper intelligence to engage in this conversation.
People can't even get, bro, because of you two, people can't even get a word in.
All right, cool.
Mr. Big, hold on. Mr. Big, listen, Mr. Big is a more reasonable person. Carla is smoking and chilling. He can't deal with these two.
Yeah, but you're not adding to anything. You're just talking, babbling.
We can't.
He's not bringing any sources. Taylor Genesis hasn't come prepared for a debate. He said he wanted to smoke, but he never brought any sources.
This is not a debate. This is not a debate.
Hold on, Carla. These two crazy Indians.
But you said you was ready for a question and answer, but you didn't answer my question. Where's the sub-Saharan Africa?
We told you it's in the green.
That's not sub-Saharan Africa. Who decided that? Was that the Africans that said it's in the green?
That's
where is that line at? Okay, if we pull up a different map, where is that at? Because there's
come from, you know. That's where your ancestors come from.
That's not what Africa looks like from the sky.
They're trying to tell us where we come from.
Does that cartoon drawing look like Africa when you fly in a plane? Hold on, wait a minute. If we pull up a satellite, would Africa look like that if you flew in a plane above the planet?
Bottom line is this.
Would it look like that?
You're sub-Saharan.
Wait a minute. So the green is the invisible line. Okay, where's sub-Met?
That's the tropics of Africa, you know?
I can't talk at the same time.
Okay, so what is that?
I said what country? You only said green lines. That's not a country.
Right. What is Saharan Africa? Is that black? Is that the black man's land?
Both of you, they have explained that already. Let's move on to the next thing.
No, I didn't hear that.
He didn't explain it though.
I explained it like 10 times.
You only said a green image. That's not black. That does not say an indicator for what black people live.
Bomani, you ain't let me get a talk in. You ain't let me get no time to talk yet, Bomani.
There you go, brother. They dropped down. They all dropped down. You can talk.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, like, seriously. These dudes are claiming Indian. Why are you here talking about Africa? Go make a teepee somewhere and try to get on the reserve, bro, and try to build a casino and stay out of Africa business, bro. That's all I'm saying about you two. You see me? You freaks. Anyway, respect to Mr. Big, respect Carla, respect Bomani. You feel me? But yes. you two, man, you two is the cause of the coups. Because y'all talking about liberating Africa all the time. Y'all talking about autonomous Africa all the time. And I think you two causing stuff, man. You feel me?
Something's happening. Something's happening. I feel it too. You know, these messages are permeating out there. People are watching this stuff. People that have decision-making powers are watching this stuff. And they're saying, yeah, you know something, you're right. You know, why are we allowing France to do this? And another thing is a lot of the young Africans, right? They're saying, well, you mean tell me the way this geopolitical situation is right now, we can expect only to die in poverty or flee across the Mediterranean and everything. They said, what's our problem? The problem is they basically have corporate. Let me tell you how it works, right? You have French. It's like we're like in 1960, right? In Asia, 1960, right? European corporations control Asia, right? But they made a strategic thing saying that we're going to basically take over these corporations. We're going to learn how to run these things ourselves and everything. Whatever is manufactured, whatever like that, we're going to control the distribution and the manufacturing, do whatever we have to do. The African countries, right? Basically, what they did was, the French did this. This is how it works. The Europeans extract natural resources from Africa, right? Bring it to the West, manufacture, refine it, and sell it back to Africa for a higher price, their own products, right? They do the same thing with Africa's intellectual class and their political class, right? They basically bring them to Europe, right? Brainwash them with Christianity or whatever like that, whatever, or their thought process and everything, right? And they send them back to the continent. So you have a whole slew of people, right, who's going to do the bidding of the French and the West and everything, and Canada and all these other U.S. other companies right there. And the people basically, and they strategically do this, right, under the guise of tribalism and use religious sectarianism. So the people are fooled. They think because a person speaks real good local languages and they talk the local jingoism and everything like that, but they don't understand these people are agents of the West. And so therefore, even when they pick one guy, he might be the West light, somebody might be full on West, but the West is like, well, no matter what, we still win. Because that person is going to know how we think, know what we want, and is going to do our bidding. And so therefore now Africa, the problem is now Africa is saying, something, no matter who we elect and put in office, the situation never changes. That's why you have the coups right now. The military is taking over. Because the political system in Africa it's been exposed. Social media has exposed all this stuff, right? People say, now we see what's going on. No matter who we have in power, they're going, look how they want that president back in Niger so bad. Why? Because he's an agent of them. He's talk the talk. We're going to fight the jihadists, blah, 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 never like that. But he's doing the bidding of the French. So when the military took over and said, hey, look, we get this guy out of here, the French want him back. Why? Because as soon as he gets back in power, right, will the lives of the Nigerians change? No. What's going to change is all the policies and all the stuff that the French had in place that they'll benefit from will be re-implemented. That's what it is.
Hey, Carla, my African brothers and sisters, some of them is short-sighted as fuck, especially some of the Nigerian brothers.
Yeah.
And especially the Nigerian boss, Ebola Tinubu.
Yeah,
I be like, and I be like, what are these people seeing that we not seeing? I mean, like, are you a prostitute? They turn all Africa into prostitutes.
Yeah.
Mental prostitutes. Oh, aid. We can't do without the aid. You're a prostitute. Your government turned into a prostitute, and the people are prostitutes.
Africa, they run Africa like a whorehouse. You come in with your money and take what you want. It's like a whorehouse.
Everybody is for the highest bidder.
It's been like that for 500 years. Now it's time for a change. That's why we talk about the Afrikstan. Now it's time for a change.
It's like, what wouldn't you sell, bro? What are you talking about? What wouldn't you sell? I mean, like, you'd sell everything? I mean, what wouldn't you do for money? You don't have things that you wouldn't do for money? It's like, who does that? You can't. You have to have principle. You're not supposed to sell out your country for money. You're not supposed to sell out your family for money. There are things you're not supposed to do for money. If you make your daughter, your sons, your brothers, sisters, you ain't supposed to sell those people for no type of money. And same with your country. You're not supposed to sell out your country for no money. You're not supposed to snitch on your country and your countryman to a foreigner for no money? I mean, what are we doing as a people? Like they took away our pride, they took away our dignity, they took away our loyalty, our patriotism, they took away our sense of ownership.
And those,
I mean, like
a campfire. I think I was telling Bomani the other day, they even took away our pain. They even capitalize and monetize our pain. They make all the movies about slavery and everything like that, and they make millions of dollars off of everything.
They took away our pain.
They didn't even take our pain away from us. Damn. What basically do we have left?
And made millions.
Yep.
It took our pain and made millions.
And one thing I like about O'Shea Duke Jackson, right? He says it like it is right here. We black people in the West, we gotta stop being nice. You know, those of us who see this stuff and everything, we keep saying what we're saying. And a lot of times our brothers and sisters in Africa, right? They don't want to say nothing because there's a culture of be obedient and just wait on the next and everything. Like look at this, Cameroon. This guy B at 90 years old, right? Revamped his military because he's like, you ain't throwing me out of power. 90 years old, right? Don't want to leave off.
Yeah, but everybody knows that it's the man behind Bia is running the country. Like his cousins are some of those people behind him. Those are the real ones who is the president. You feel me? There's no way a 90-year-old can even collaborate, what you call think. He can't think. The man is geriatric here.
Cameroon.
Yeah, that's Cameroon. You feel me?
He's like, y'all ain't overthrowing me. He's like, yo, I'm like, damn, man, this guy's like 90 years old. Like, ain't happening. You know, he readvanced the military. He said, y'all ain't, I'll go down. You know, this guy's been president 40 years. The average Cameroonian can't get a crumb. You know, this guy's like, hell no, y'all ain't throwing me out of power. You know why? Because he's doing the bidding of the French.
Bro, why you do it? Why you do that? Stop saying this guy. You are acting like you have no idea of situation. You stop saying this guy. The man is not there of his own, bro. And you're supposed to know that. Paul Biya.
I know that. But what I'm saying is, this is what I'm saying.
Hold on. So say the French is keeping him there for as long as they can.
Right. We know that, right? But I'm saying that the whole thing is, if even though the French are doing it, the French are going to do what they're going to do, right? It's going to take the Africans to say, you know something, we had enough, right? If you don't want to confront the French and everything like that, you know, and you want to do that bidding, I got to hold you account. I call him accountable, you know, and say, hey, look, why can't you do what Burkina Faso and Guinea and Mali doing when they're kicking all the French diplomats out, Germans out. They're saying you guys got to get the hell out of here. Right now, we don't want your aid. We don't want anything, you know. And that's what needs to happen in Cameroon, you know. And so B is just a puppet of the French and Western interests. You know, we know that, you know. But at the same time, right, so if he's going to make himself a target, right, and he sees the winds are blowing in this direction, hey, you know, we have to basically blow the winds at him. Say, hey, look, you know, if you really want to go down with the French and whatnot, we'll bring you down with the French. You know, that's what's got to happen. We got to stop being so soft on people that's selling us out and race traders and whatnot, you know, because B and all these other people are just straight up race traders.
Look here. The people of Cameroon is being kept quiet by the gun. That's what keeping the people of Cameroon has one of the best armies. Cameroon. It has one of the best armies in West Africa. You feel me? Very well trained, very well equipped, and they have numbers. So right now they are the ones who's doing raids and doing a massacre in southern Cameroon in the English speaking side.
Amazonia.
You see me? Yeah. They don't, the French army, the French trained army of Cameroon is the ones who's perpetrating all these killings. You feel me? And a lot of them actually think they are Frenchmen. You feel me?
Black Frenchmen.
Even the bourgeoisie in Cameroon, they think they are French people.
Like Cafaro's one of them.
No, man. Stop doing that, man. What are you talking about? Cafaro is the best.
You like Cafaro? He supports Biya in the French.
No, he just said Biya is a king. He just said Biya is the king of Cameroon. He's not with Biya. What are you talking about? Biya is a crazy, senile, geriatric care dude. You feel me? He's not an issue. The man, the puppet master that has been controlling his strings since the 80s is still, even when he dead, even now that he dead, they still holding him up by strings. You feel me? Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think? What do you think about Niger? You know,
I respect what's going on in Niger. I think Nigeria is just very shallow. You feel me? Nigeria is very shallow. I mean, look at this. First of all, the names alone should make you know that you cannot invade that. Imagine this. Nigeria trying to invade Niger. So look at this. Niger area trying to invade Niger. You feel me? So when the news bursts, when you invade Niger, the news gonna burst and people be like, well, is the country invading itself? Because when you say Nigerian, are you gonna distinguish Nigerian than Nigerian? Are you gonna distinguish Nigerian from Nigerian?
The Nigerian troops are no joke. They're beasts. The American military, so you'll know the difference.
No, I'm just trying to say, in the news, in the world news, everybody gonna be like Nigerians is fighting with Nigerians. It's the same thing, Nigerians. So what I'm saying is like this is what I'm saying, right? The way how they short-sighted is like, bro, how come you are Nigeria of 200 million people? You got a $500 billion GDP, right? You don't see how you can get electricity for the whole of the West Africa. You feel me? Because if you now Nigeria support the coup, you feel me, and get friends out, now only way you have a deal, you can make a deal because Niger is being protected and being under Nigeria umbrella now. So now Niger can freely, and Nigeria can freely dedicate their funds and their time to either make the Russians do it, the Chinese do it, or you still make the French or the US do it. Build you a nuclear energy plant. You feel me? Anyone, you have leverage. This is leverage. Like France, if you want uranium, if you still want uranium, well, if that's what you call a strategy there, they can build a nuclear refinery on only way you can get uranium, you build a nuclear refinery. Or US, the only way you can get uranium, you have to build a refinery. So that's a choice. And also you have the Chinese. You feel me? Now you can even get the money to do it. They can even get the money to do it easy from all of who wants uranium. You feel me? You make them what you call grant funds. You feel me? To build your nuclear energy plant. And one nuclear energy plant can supply all of Niger and all of Nigeria with their 200 million people and their generator problems. You feel me? So I see where Nigeria is a fool and they're very short-sighted. You have an energy problem and you have the generator of energy called Niger, the uranium in Niger, which is this is energy for the whole of West Africa. You feel me? Where that is great upliftment for all of you got oil. It's like these people have no sense. All they think about is US dollar. And US dollar money is nothing to uranium. The thing is, hold on, anything that is made by the Almighty is actually priceless. You feel me? Or it's just people put price on things, but it's free and it's priceless. You understand what I'm saying, Carla? You feel me? So you understand, gold is free, but it's still priceless. Dirt is free, but it's still priceless because none of us can make it. None of us can duplicate these things. You feel me? All of these things is free and priceless. We just put price on it. So all I'm saying is we don't see what value is. We only see cash. We see cash as value, and cash is not value. Cash is not wealth. We don't understand what wealth is in even in Africa. I think Africans don't understand what wealth is. As they move off the land, they sell their land to come to America to live in a rented house. You feel me? That's not you. Land is priceless. You understand what I'm saying, Carla?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, brother.
Yeah, so we don't even understand what value is. I want to tell you something. Money don't make a house. Money just facilitate the products from various places to make the house. But money don't make the house. You have carpenters, you have loggers who cut the log, you have carpenters who make it in designs, and you have masons who fuck it, and all of it is man. You have man who made the bricks, you have man who lay the bricks, you have man who do the carpenter work. You feel me? Man who make the steel from iron ore, man who make it zinc sheets and make aluminum. You understand what I'm saying? None of it is really money. If we as Africans would understand that sometimes everything is just manpower, and if we have willpower and a patriotism to work for our continent, we can do things, most things, without money. You feel me? We can do a lot of things without money. If 100 of us just decide that we're gonna build this house, you understand? It's not no money. Or we can build a whole. We can source the sand from close to the river. We can source the lime rock from a mall pit where you have lime rock mall, and you can mix that with cement even though cement has some chemical compounds which is still earth-based. You feel me? And cement has been made into a product where a lot of stuff to do it cost. And money, that's what I'm telling you. Money just facilitate these things that came from the earth. You feel me? All we need is we need Africans to be in all of these fields where one is making fire from either fossil fuel or either butane fuel, methane fuel, or some of us try to teach the kids to use their brain to formulate ways to make fire more. If you maybe make fire from solar, you know what I mean? To generate heat in order to melt iron ore, which is our dirt from Africa, and we start making our own steel. It's just that we need our people to have knowledge to know that not everything is about money. You feel me? Wealth is not money. I regress.
Yeah, good synopsis. But yeah, like I said, right now, all those ideas you just said was proposed thousands and thousands of times, but it's easier to let Europeans come in and take the stuff out because in order for you to basically have use for your minerals on the continent, you have to have it has to have some sort of value to you first. You know, what's the sense of having iron ore if now Africa proved that it wants things like electric wires, right? It has copper in Zambia. It wants tall buildings, right? The steel got to come from somewhere. And
you know, Liberia is one of the kings of iron ore. Still is. They just shut it down, but it still is.
Right. It was. Liberia built the first. It was the first major investment in sub-Saharan Africa. The Bong Mines, 1960, opened. It was the first major investment in Black Africa, brokered by top Liberian people, Germans and Italians, and I think a French company. You know, that made iron ore, low-grade iron ore, and dressed it up and everything. They didn't even put that sort of investment in Nigeria and Ghana and everything, but they had the confidence in Liberia to invest in the country because the country was so stable and the political system was so good that they basically invested a Bong Mine. That was the largest project on the African continent, the Bong Mines. Yeah. You know, play the video.
It's still there's still iron ore there.
Yeah, but it's not operated. The Chinese are operating it now. I don't know if they got it up and running yet, but they have another mine in Lamco that mines and whatnot. You know, I don't know who operates Lamco now, but it's not as big as Bong Mines, you know. And so they're exporting iron ore, but they're getting the pittance for it. Liberia should have graduated. Liberia's plan was 40 years ago was to, in the Lagos plan of action, was to basically work with Nigeria to create an integrated African steel industry, right?
But
and all that was constructed in 1982.
Carla, are there any African Americans who have any interest in large scale mining? Who is willing
we play the top businesses in America, right? We have steel companies.
Hold on, who is willing to invest in heavy machinery and that type of stuff to do any type of mining? And
here's the thing. Well, let me answer the question, right? Good question. Here's the thing, right? You got a lot of African American industrial corporations, right? They're in places like Ohio, Missouri, and places like that. You know, the steel companies, companies that make cable and stuff like that. We played it, the top 20 black businesses in America. You know, phenomenal.
Yeah,
you know?
but those people they really working on finished products, or they have they're not a company that start anything from scratch.
Right, but
Like
here's the thing. Here's the thing. This is the only way it's going to work, right? You have to, in order for you to justify that, right? You need one strong African country that is the engine, right? South Africa could be that country, right?
Liberia.
No. You gotta let me finish what I'm saying. Okay. What you have to have, right? You have to have the infrastructure for that in place, right? You have to have not just the infrastructure, you have to have the political infrastructure to do that, right? To facilitate that, That means some countries in Africa have to have long-term agreements, right? That when you do basically make steel and stuff like that, this steel company right now, African countries have boxed themselves in a corner where they have long-term agreements with China, the European Union to purchase steel and stuff like that. So it's hard to make an impasse where you got countries that if you're in debt with a country, right, like the UK or whatever like that, and they're saying, okay, we're gonna let you lower your currency or devalue currency, whatever like that, but you have to basically import a certain amount of our finished goods and everything. It's hard to break free of that. The time to do that would have been like the day era of Kwame Nkrumah, when he first started that, Now it's going to be kind of difficult now. We see right now with Nigeria, right? Nigeria is a large African country, but it's siding with the French, right? Because it's thinking that it wants to build that pipeline from Nigeria through Niger to Algeria to the Mediterranean coast. Now, Nigeria invested in its own production of liquefied natural gas and put it in tankers 20-something years ago when it first proposed, like Qatar is doing right now, making the real money, right? It did not do that, right? Why? Because it did not basically invest in the human capacity, right? In order for you
Dangote is too late.
Yeah, well, Dangote, it's still right now. Nigeria still has its oil refined off coast for the most part, and the Koreans and the Indians brag that they have no oil, but they get their oil from Nigeria and sell it back to them. So now, what needs to happen, right, is that all these countries in West Africa need to sign an agreement saying that that we're going to lower the tariffs on Nigerian produced refined oil. Now, how can we do that right now when West Africa is split now over this conflict? You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, first of all, even if there was no conflict, that still wouldn't be applied. You feel me? Even if there was no conflict, that wouldn't even come up. You feel me, Carla?
I mean, people bring it up, but it does not mean it's going to take root because if a politician could be bought off and he's not patriotic and he doesn't care about Africa, he's only thinking about his next meal or whatever, or his trip to Dubai and what's in his pocket, his bank account. That's what you're dealing with.
Yeah, these people too short-sighted to see things like that. You have to care about your neighbors to think like that.
Absolutely, brothers. Absolutely. So let's get into the next energy of our show. Let me play this one video, and both of you could analyze it. They're gonna say a lot of things that you're not gonna agree with, but then that's the purpose for us to analyze it.
Let's see.
Man, liar, Pan-Africanist, you are goddamn liars. You're telling us Africa. That's garbage. It's Native American and African. We should get both of them. It's a crime that we aren't getting the Native American stuff. It's ours too.
Now,
however you want to call us, however you want to label us. However, I'm not trying to be funny. Okay, I grew up in the family. We're learning about the Niger Valley and Egypt, and I'm all for Africa and African things. However, as I'll say to anyone, you start sending me to the family reunions and the people look like they're Chinese, and the people look like they're from every place but Africa. And I'm thinking, okay, Africans are at least kind of brown with maybe curly hair and all. What the hell are we? I don't see anybody here except for a handful of us that look like we're from Africa. What are we? Who are we? And and if you said they're not white, okay, they don't look white. Well, what are these people? Who are we? That was my question as a child. My God. I mean, I'm a reasonable person. Tell me what we are. But you can't tell me when a person looks like they're from the Kung Fu TV show and you're going to tell me they're from Africa and you're 100% African and everybody's just Africa. That's garbage. I resent that because having African origin isn't so weak that we have to run around denying who and what we are to make people feel comfortable. So, goddamn the Pan-Africanists who are so weak in their identity that we have to pretend that we don't have any connection to the people that were already here, that we are some of the people that were already here. Who would forsake 9 million square miles of land over some bullshit kente cloth pride? That's what these people pushing, some kente cloth pride. I get it that you need to belong somewhere and you feel lonely in America and all of that, but we don't throw all the facts out the window. Nobody throws away millions of square miles of land, millions of acres over a damn humbug, except for Pan-Africanists, the dumbest ass people in our race. And it is not denying a connection to Africa. That is not what I'm doing. But God damn it, we're here too. Nobody gives up land. This land doesn't belong to the people who are oppressing us. You don't see them trying to give up no land. So it's a cop-out. It's a retreat. That's why they'll have Pan-African courses in the universities, but you don't have anything showing the linkages of the original Aboriginal.
Yeah, thanks, man. Who fighting? He planning on fighting for America? With who? With helicopter? With what helicopter? Whose helicopter? Whose helicopter gunship he gonna use to fight for America? You feel me? You gonna wait them out till they die because their population is going down? I suggest
Bomani, can you put up his? I sent you his picture. Can you put this fool's picture up here talking about he's mixed, talking about he's Arab, he looks like an Arab, or he's like this, Chinese. These Negroes are delusional.
Chinese. He say he look like.
Can you please put up his picture? I just sent it to you on WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like.
Yeah, I'm working
on it. Come on, man. We need to build Africa so whoever is black over here in America can be protected. You feel me? I mean, like, aren't we even thinking straight? Like, let Mimsy, Milsey. Come on,
Milsey, welcome to the call. Welcome to Pan-Africanism.
Sorry, what's going on?
Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. This is our topic of tonight. Topic is great solutions for building a black nation in America and Africa. Let me know if you have something to respond to that.
Hey, so what do you want me to? Sorry. What do you want me to expound on, like the video that you just played?
Go ahead.
So I was listening to like yeah. So I was listening to the beginning of his like whatever he was going into, and it just sounded like identity crisis. He was talking about like the guy was talking about like how he looks at people in his family and how some of them look like
Asian
and all these different people, and I just think it's just identity crisis. Honestly, he's like, oh, he doesn't know what he is. What am I? So I don't know. He sounds lost.
Bro, I think the Democrat Party is paying these guys to disrupt information and to destroy a movement. If you may hear goddamn Pan-Africanism. I mean, like, what did Pan-Africanism do to him?
Yeah, I don't know if it's just the Democratic Party, but
Yeah,
from when I've been listening to like YouTube and social media in general, I've been hearing a lot of like anti-African sentiment. So I'm just kind of wondering where the fuck is that coming from? Because I grew up in the '90s, and my parents, they were pro-African, pro-black, and black nationalists and all of that stuff. So I grew up with those type of values in my life. So
bro,
I like this is all new to me. So, but I mean,
I swear to you, I know when it started. Uh, Omar Johnson caused it,
mhm.
and the year of return caused it. The Omar Johnson caused it, and the year of return caused it. The
Yeah,
movement was in 2017. The movement was getting very, very strong, and then in 2017 and 18,
And then also they had the
um,
Black Panther movie.
wait,
That
wait,
really
wait,
triggered them.
yeah, well, hold on. In 2017 and 18, ADOS came. It was a CIA activated movement, ADOS, which decided that they are Africans. They are not Africans. They are enslaved people from and whatever. And then another agent came out and took and which was um whatever he is, that dude who came up with FBA. So those are two CIA plants, you feel me? To capture the gullible, you feel me? And to grow a non what you'd call anti-African, and especially targeted Pan-African, anti-Pan-African movement that is a CIA activated um what you call it ops. It's an operation. You feel me? That's going on, and the Democrats are. I'm putting it on the Democrats. They
yeah,
are, and the fact that Democrats and the faggots, they are one of the main ones. They are after consciousness. As you
mhm.
see, they're trying to inject homos in the black world and trying to inject um 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 even taking over our colors. You feel me? You like the colors that you have right here on your icon? The homos are trying to take it over. You feel me? And that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's a Democrat CIA movement. That's what I think.
Yeah. See, I don't want to attribute it to just like one specific like political group or anything like that. I think it's just I don't know what to call it. I think there's powers to be that just wants to disrupt the unity. They see black unity as their
Hold
fault.
on.
You get what I'm saying?
What's his name? All right, hold on, bro. T Brown. T Brown. Look here, man. You think I would speak this way? You think I would speak this way if it was any other way? Oh, hold on. I sacrifice. I could be one of those who live bullshit life and talk bullshit every day, fantasy and football every day. I do not do anything like that. I sacrifice my life for our what you call colonized black people. You feel me? I don't wish anything bad for my black people who are confused and doing the what you'd call anti-black things. I still love them and respect them because their children have hope. You feel me? But let me tell you this, big bro. You feel me? I go to war for Africa every day. You feel me? I war with colonized black people every day to almost every day to I oppose them and their sellout ways. You feel me? That's why I speak this way. And I have to speak because this war is spiritual. You feel me? And that's why I speak, because it's even more spiritual than physical. You feel me? Our people is being controlled by 500 years of brainwashing. You feel me? So ain't no real. I like Niger and Burkina Faso and Mali and Guinea, what they doing. I love that, respect that. You feel me? I would go cook, because I might be too old to go in the battlefields. You feel me? But I'll go cook. You feel me? So don't underestimate me, bro. You feel me? I'm all for the liberation of Africa in whatever way, whatever means necessary. Yeah, but I'm mostly about educating our people. That's why I talk liberation and black consciousness, Mr. T. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, amen to that. And you know, I wouldn't spend too much time with the people in the comment section, because a lot of them are just like faceless, and like we don't even know. They could be agents. They just want to sow seeds of you know you know, they just want to cause conflict and just argument in the chat. They never hit the link to join the panel. They never join the panel to discuss their point of view or whatever the case. They're just people, faceless bots, if anything. I don't know. But
so when
yeah,
it comes to like you, my brother, you can take constructive criticisms. So when it comes to African Americans, I think they are not focusing enough on the Caribbean. You feel me? It's like you can't own any property really in America. You can't really own anything in America. The America, the company is set that way. So what I think African Americans should do is start building companies, start making your own comfort zone in parts of the Caribbean, where you maybe you can section off some parts of the land, buy it and section it off. You can make your own little golf club. You can have your place where you can bring your children and have a comfort zone where it's free from these people for a while. You can make schools and bring your children there to get education, and just bring them back to the US in the summer. You know what I mean? You can do a lot of things to ease some of the pressure using the Caribbean. You feel me? Instead of spending your money frivolously and all that, you have Bahamas, you have Barbados, you have St. Kitts, and you have all different places in the Caribbean where you can go build you a nest. You can go build you a city, a Black American city. You know what I mean?
Yes, Icon Fire, brother. Appreciate it. And these are the connections that we have to make. And that's what we call this show, Pan-Africanism toward Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. Now, before we continue with the video, we have a new person on, Chris. Chris, unmute yourself, introduce yourself, and let us know what's on your mind. We have Icon Fire, Millsy,
Hey, what's up? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
How y'all doing? I'm Chris. I live in Florida. I've been listening to Bomani for a while. I'm 28 years old. I'm a white guy, and I just kind of want to listen into what you guys are saying. I've been on this show before in a negative manner, and but I do like to listen to other races and other people's opinions, especially when it comes to these hot button issues. Yeah.
Oh Lord.
What we gonna do with you, bro? What we gonna do with you?
What, me?
Yeah. What we gonna do with you? How that go?
What do you mean?
You are. We talking. I think this is. It's like it's not your time because we talking our business.
I feel you. Hey, I just joined. If I'll leave, it's okay. That's fine.
I don't mind him being here.
I mean, you can listen in. I think you can listen in, but I'm not sure about what you how you we can because we're not talking football, we're not talking sports, we're not talking
What do you think
Vogue.
what do you think I'm a football expert?
No, I mean that's the only thing we could talk about. You understand?
I mean, I thought, I mean, I would think that I'd bring a quite interesting perspective as your quote unquote enemy.
Well, personally, like I'm not sure about the rest of the dudes, but it don't matter. Your perspective wouldn't matter.
All right.
You feel me?
Well, I'm saying, I mean, Bomani, he allowed him to come to the chat, so I mean, if he didn't,
I mean, people come on the chat to ask questions. So, Chris, if you have a question for Kala,
yeah, that's basically why
Icon Fire, it's all good.
That's basically why I joined, kind of just to listen and ask questions. I don't mean to impose or anything, and I actually understand what you're saying, Fire. You know,
cool, as long as you're being respectful, then that's that's all that matters. It's
yeah,
not about.
I just been watching Bomani for a while, and you guys have interesting conversations. That's all.
Do you think that? Hold on. Do you think that white people deserve payback for slavery?
That's an interesting question. Payback in what sense?
Like get half of their population demolished and the other half being subdued.
Well, I think that I'm not surprised you feel that way, but I think that it's not just black people that have been enslaved throughout history. You guys
I'm just asking you if you think y'all deserve that.
I mean, no.
Well, we do. Well, I do.
You do? Yeah.
Of course. I'm sure you don't blame us.
No, I mean, well, we talk about. Well, see, it's hard. It's this is a very
real quick? All right. Hold on. A different question. Yeah, I know it's a tricky question. Hold on. Let me ask you a different question. Do you think the Arabs need to be destroyed?
No, in fact, the Arabs, the white people, and I mean the European white people and the blacks, they all have a common enemy, but I can't really go into it. So,
excuse me.
So who's the common enemy? The Jews?
The top 1%.
Yep. No, the Jews.
Who's the common enemy?
The Jews.
Bomani, you got to be careful with your platform.
No, hold on, man. Hold on, man.
Wait. I was just saying that.
No, but see, that's why I didn't want to bring it up, because now I don't want to get Bomani in trouble.
First of all, you're not separated, bro. All of you in the same bunch. All of you white. Don't try to separate nothing. Don't try to separate. When I was talking, it included them too. It wasn't you. When I say white people, it means them too. I ain't special enough. You ain't. Western Europe is not special, we are talking about all of you.
I guess where our main disagreement here is that I don't consider them white.
I don't care. We don't care. We don't care.
Okay.
You feel me? Yeah, we don't care. All of you is the same thing to us. You feel me? All of you is the same thing to us. Just like all of us is the same thing to you. You feel me? So come on. You feel me? Okay. You ain't so what I'm trying to say is I'm aware of you being uncomfortable with that question, and that's why I'm saying that what would it make sense you be here, because this is not a social conversation. This is a black liberation conversation, bro, just in case you didn't know. You feel me?
Yeah,
so
I'm well aware.
So you inviting yourself, I think it's presumptuous. And that's just your privilege that you think you have.
Oh man, now
You feel me?
see. I think you've been taking too many critical race theory lessons talking
Yeah,
about
see,
privilege.
I don't. So you see, you come here, you don't know your place. You don't know
Well, you
your
just
place, bro.
Can someone else chip in? Can someone else chip
You
in?
just want to put me in a place, and you just want to get me arguing with you. I just came to listen. That's
No,
all. I don't
I
know why
don't.
you're
I know
hostile.
would want you to do is
I'll
go
leave
to
if you want. I'll leave. That's
yeah,
fine. I'll leave.
yeah, man, go to Hooters or something, bro.
Hey, but can I chip in real quick? So like I honestly, with Chris being on the panel, like I don't have a fucking problem with that. I don't necessarily see, like, as a Black American, right? I don't necessarily see like white people as like some fucking enemy or anything like that. Like, I don't have no vitriol towards them because of slavery. I mean, slavery was slavery. It was a history. We as
Yeah.
Black people, our
Same
ancestors
with
played a
same with George Floyd. George Floyd is history too, bro.
yeah. So yes. So
Yeah,
George Floyd,
history.
he's not really my
He's
history,
history.
honestly. But I wanted to say, like, white people.
Tamil Rice is history.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't find this. We just need to hear what Millsy has to say. Just let him decide. Explain it in full.
Yeah, so I don't think that we as Black people should have like any vitriol towards someone because of their skin color, or anything like that, race or whatever. I mean, what happened to us? Our ancestors went through a lot, and I mean, it's history. Just learn
But
from
you
it,
know what?
move forward. Learn from it and move forward. I don't think we should just walk around with hatred in our hearts and vitriol towards a race of people and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't benefit. I don't think that benefits us to just.
For the past couple of years, it's funny you say that, Millsy. For the past couple of years, I've been walking around pretty angry at a certain group of people, and other groups. I am racist. But what I've come to realize in the past few months, and it takes a long time, but what I've come to realize, it's no matter how I feel, if I keep it in my head all day and let myself get pissed or stressed out, it doesn't help me, and you know what I mean? It's like negative. It's like a negative effect on me.
Because you were trained to be a racist, and it don't make no sense. Y'all
You
just
realize
you're
a racist as well, right? It's healthy to be racist. You realize that, right?
First of all, we don't own Tesla, and we don't own General Motors, so stop it. We don't pay bills to you. Hold on. You don't pay.
Bomani, this guy sounds like he's right out of a critical race theory lesson. You sound like a far left protester.
Bro,
you sound like
hold on, little baby white boy. You see, anytime you all start paying bills to us, then you can call us racist. But as long as we paying bills to you bitches,
are you smoking crack?
You all have the power to be racist.
Yeah, that sounds like some like Marxist communist.
How much of us fire you? How much of us fire you? How much of us is family lineage in universities?
That means nothing. You can still be racist. That means nothing.
How much African Americans is family lineage in universities? How much African Americans? And aren't you people in the Ivy League or these little high universities family legacies people? Like all of you, your families be at the university.
Are you jealous?
It's racist.
Okay, well, you sound like the same as those white girls with the big glasses and the blue hair.
You are the one who's accusing me of being racist.
Oh, the pink hair liberals.
We don't control universities. We don't control the entrance. We don't control who enters. We don't control who enters a university, little cracker boy. Why you come on here? Why you come on here to disrupt? Because I talk about your CIA little what you call toys.
You sound like
because I know you're the agent. You feel me? I know I know they sent you, and I know you're the one.
Do you know how paranoid you sound? Do you realize how paranoid you sound?
Of course, I'm paranoid.
Wouldn't
You
okay, can I
blame
ask
me?
you a question? Can I ask you a question? When you say they sent me, who are you talking? Who are you talking about? No one sent me anywhere.
Your bitch ass cousins. Who you think I'm talking about?
You feel better now, dude? Like, okay, whatever, man. But no one
Oh,
sent me. I can tell you that.
why you come here to disturb us though?
You want
We
me to
need to
leave?
move on. We need to move on, Chris. Is God, hold on, I'm gonna ask you, is Jesus black or white?
White.
Oh, he came from Egypt. He went to Egypt to hide. So
Do you live in the US?
no,
Where do you live?
I'm
Why are you
Jamaican.
stuttering? Are you stuttering? You're in Jamaica?
I'm Jamaican.
You live in Jamaica currently, right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what?
No, I was just
What?
curious.
Why? If I was in America, you want to find me with your? Hold on.
My God.
I
You
die
are
for.
paranoid. You are paranoid and hostile,
Listen,
bro.
bro. Listen, bro. I die for black people any day. Yeah. So anytime y'all ready, I'm ready. You feel me?
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
I've been one to die for black people.
Yo, you know what's crazy? I just saw a video. These Chinese people were in Jamaica, and a Jamaican guy was recording them, and these Chinese people were literally like about to eat a dog. The hell? Do you see that?
Well, whatever, man. I don't know about that.
I
See,
just
I don't. See. I understand you wanna lighten stuff up, but I don't. We don't play. I don't play. I don't want to talk about no football. Don't want to talk about no Chinese. I just talk.
so
We
let
just
me
want to listen.
let me entertain
I
what you're
just want to
saying.
talk about black people. I just want to
said,
talk
like,
about black people,
I got
dude.
you, and am I
You
preventing
on
you
a
from doing that?
program? You on a program that just want to talk about black people
Okay,
and
so
black people business.
so two of the things you have said so far is basically what you're insinuating is because you're talking about black people, this is like a black safe space. And the thing before you said that is people in power can only be racist. Everything you're saying is like straight up out of a critical race theory Marxism book. If you want to live in communism, go to North Korea, but they won't accept you there.
That tell the soldier that ran over to North Korea that he's safe now. He's in jacuzzi.
My God.
He's in a jacuzzi and swimming in a swimming pool.
You are delusional. Do you really believe that? Do you actually believe that?
I know that.
You are 100%.
I know that.
You are delusional, brother.
He had to run away from y'all.
Oh man. You're just a perpetual victim. Why don't you just cry? Just cry on stream. Put your camera on.
No,
Let me see some
you sound like you got tears in your eyes right now.
I don't.
I can see it.
You're just hostile, bro. You're hostile for no reason. I never said anything wrong to you. You're just hostile because I'm white. So basically you're racist just like me. So we're the same people.
White people calling black people hostile? Seriously, dude?
Yeah.
Seriously, dude?
Seriously, 100%. Yes, you're doing that right now.
Yeah, like Eric Garner could say different.
Okay, so how about we talk about the young black kid who just ran over a retired police dude? We can go point for point with this, though. You understand that, right?
Y'all do the most damage, though, to black
Never seen
people.
that video, the most recent in the past like week? Young black kid. Nobody
ain't touching. Nobody ain't touching white people.
You don't even want to hear it. You don't have no problem bringing up Eric Garner, but you won't hear what I have to say when it comes to the exact same
accident. That's some accident you're talking about, bro. You listen, y'all. Listen, bro. Easy, man. Chill out, man. What about the dude called Kevin? He went out with his wife friends, and him alone didn't come back. That's terrible.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna just share my screen for a second and show you this video since you think it was an accident. So 1 second.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
You just dying. Why are you killing yourself?
What are you talking about?
You're just angry. What the hell?
Okay, can you see this? Can you see
Nobody
it?
nobody don't want to see your shit.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, young black male driving the car with an illegal Mexican, most likely in the passenger seat. Happened this week.
Bomani, I think we're talking to a police.
Yeah, yeah, we got agents everywhere, but go ahead. I want to see what you're showing. I'm trying to get them to make his point so Carla can break down the Afrikstan analysis.
You crying about Eric Garner? You crying about all these people? What about this guy? He died, retired police officer. You don't care about him though, right?
No, play the video. The video's not playing. Just play the video.
Of course.
You didn't see that?
No, let's go. No, you have to go all the way back to the video.
No, that was a Mexican guy. What's it got to do with us?
What do you do? That's not a Mexican guy.
Did that.
It's a black kid driving. I can show you the news article.
No, we still have compassion for who died. It's okay. It's okay to have compassion for who died, whether he's black or white.
Hey, can you see this? Did you see that?
No, the video is not playing.
Yeah, we see everything. We see everything, man. It's okay.
Right. Well, I mean, it's pointless going for you just look. I'll leave if you don't want. I don't have to be here, but it's just kind of a we can go back. White people and black people can go back and forth, but at the end of the day, America is a look. America is a white man's country, and I think you guys have it right going back to wherever you think, and I hope you do it well. I don't know what else to say to you. There's never gonna
be. Chris, do you really mean that?
Thanksgiving for killing off.
Let me ask Chris.
Hold on. Thanksgiving for killing off.
Do you really mean that?
Hold on. Thanksgiving for killing off the Indians, right?
Oh, can I get a word in here edgewise?
Yeah, let color talk.
Can I get a word in edgewise?
Go ahead.
Can I get a word in edgewise? Okay. All right. Now, if that was really serious, right? And if I really believed that, right, I would say, Chris, I like that, but I don't believe that, right? Just recently, a white guy from Iowa, right, married a married white man from Iowa, was doing missionary work in Liberia, right? He married his Liberian women. They're not gonna let you hit it unless you got some sort of commitment, whatever like that. So they thought he was a good guy, whatever. He didn't tell the girl he was married, right? Then he's going along with it and everything like that, and having sex with it and everything. And all of a sudden he had a traditional wedding. She gets pregnant and everything like that. He's like, oh my God, I'm stuck, whatever. He tried to murder her, right? Tried to murder her, slit her throat and everything. Then he tried to say that the guy who tried to rescue the girl, right, robbed him and everything. Then the truth came out. The girl had actually lived. She said, no, that's not what happened, right? Because they initially arrested the guy, said that he robbed him to try to slit his throat. He said, no. The girl lived and said, no, my husband tried to slit my throat, and this guy rescued us, right? That kid would have went to jail if she would have died, not told the truth. Now, you got white guys all over Asia, all over Africa and everything like that, and they're running interference, right? We're trying to build in different parts of Africa, and we're being stopped by white American men. Because like I said, most white guys from around the world, they don't really give a shit what we do when we talk about building in Africa. But it's a white American man. He's everywhere trying to spread propaganda against us. He's trying to turn our brothers and sisters in Africa against us by putting out this negative propaganda. They're in chat rooms with goofy ass Nigerians saying, yeah, black Americans ain't shit, whatever, Nigerians so great and everything. They know they hate Nigerians even more, but they'll use them against us and everything like that. So I'm not sure if white guys really feel like that. They say, oh yeah, it's going. But when we go try to do that, right, they're right there trying to run interference with any sort of Pan-African work we're trying to do. If they're really serious about that, what they would be doing is encouraging U.S. companies and U.S. businesses to basically invest more in Africa, right? We gave $80 billion a year to taxpayer money to Ukraine, right? Africa basically has contributed so much as far as like everything to the early development of America, right? America gives very little to Africa in development. Just a little bit of parity in what America gives to Asia and Eastern Europe and everything would make the difference. And then we could probably even actually go home because we could build infrastructure that we would have to be here. We'd be off your hands forever, Chris. But America wants to keep us here. You know how hard it is to even travel to the continent, to do business and everything. They do everything they do to block us from going to the continent and block us. We got all these rules and bylaws that we got to abide by. They don't want only time they want us in Africa is when we're doing their bidding for them in the U.S. Thing like that. That wench, Linda Hatfield Green, whatever her name is. You know,
this dude is acting like his people is some nice, calm, gentle people.
No, they're gonna stop us wherever. If you're integrationist, they're gonna stop you, right? They don't want you to mix with them. If you're a Pan-Africanist, they're gonna stop you. So no matter what we do, whether we're a Pan-Africanist, whether we're trying to build a nation, or we're gonna stay here, or if we just sit back before, we just mind our business. We didn't want to integrate with the schools. They forced integration on us.
But this what I want to say is like all including this dude Chris. They talking about black people and white people should unite. Well, why you ain't sharing the money? Why ain't all in sharing the wealth? How are y'all interested? Y'all ain't interested in sharing no wealth. Y'all just want to be friends. And hold on, I want to pass us in Ferraris. Man, y'all go sit down with that hypocritical shit, Chris.
First of all, can I just what Kala started out with that I forgot what country it was in, but he was talking about the white guy and the black girl. First of all, what disgusts me more than black people and Jews and all these things is race mixers. And I think you guys would probably agree with that. I don't respect that. And then as a matter of fact, if it was up to me, that guy would be in prison or executed for what he did.
Well,
for the sole
all
fact
I
that
know
he's
is, Chris,
never mind.
all I know is I've never known a white guy that ever got attacked for dating a black girl. I knew 3 black guys who were murdered for dating white girls. But the bottom line, white guys feel like they can have black women anytime they want to. They can go to the motherland of Africa, have black women. They can go to India. They can go wherever they want, and they can have like that. But they always talk about race mix. Race mixing means they don't want the black man running up in white women. That's what it's all about.
Kala, but yet as we speak, all the young black men, whether they're in the professional sports or just regular young black men, why are they always going for the white girls? It's the same.
I don't see that, bro. That's a lie.
Are you kidding me?
Bro. Chris, you're watching too much porn. In real life, you never see black people and white people mixing together. If you watch porn a lot, you would think that because those girls are getting paid a lot of money. They want the BBC. That if you have a white interracial porn, right, that's guaranteed to make money. White guys can't even get in the porn industry because nobody wants to see that. It's mostly white people who purchase shit. Interracial porn is the biggest porn because the white people fantasize about. We don't buy that shit,
man. Where do you come to these conclusions from, Cal?
It's the truth. Who produces this stuff? It's white guys who produce all this stuff. We don't do this shit.
Jews.
No, white people, Jews, you guys are all the same to me and whatnot, And like I told you last time you called in, right? If you guys claim yourself superior, right? And you haven't answered that question, right? How did you let these little tiny ass Jews get one up on you?
They're all friends. They're all friends. They're lying.
They play that game like, Jews. When not, I understand white people fight each other, but when it comes down to us, they're all united against us. Jews, Gentile, Christians, Catholics, everything. White is white to us in America.
Okay, so let me ask all of you guys a question. What's the solution? What's a realistic, not some crazy fantasy, what's a realistic solution that black people in America can do besides moving? I guess that's you guys are thinking move like people, you guys all.
One thing I could do is this, right? Is black people, right? And people are not gonna like this when I say this, right? People are not gonna like this when I say this, right? For one is black men need to detox from American culture, right? Put the goddamn football down. Take the hot dog out your mouth. Take the beer and the popcorn and whatnot. Stop acting like, my team, who the fuck cares? Stop with the thing like that. Who cares about the damn Grammys? Who cares about all this shit? Stop worshiping black celebrities and all this other kind of foolishness that's going on. Withdraw from American culture altogether and turn inward, right? Right there, you will see racial problems go away overnight because What the problem is the black people
the white Jesus.
The black people that love white people so much, right? The black people that's in love with white people that basically when a white person said, remember when that guy Chris Evans, the guy played Captain America, right? Basically it was like Lizzo was like saying, big fat Lizzo was saying, oh, I like he's so sexy, and he was like, oh well, you know, it was cringeworthy, right? And people like basically bully him. Oh, he don't like black women. Why does a white guy gotta like those black people are in the minority, right? We don't give a shit about interracial marriage and like that.
All the shit you're saying, whether because of sports, whether because of cancel culture, social justice warrior, which by the way, I can fire sounds exactly like one. Don't you realize all these things are literally designed by Jewish interests? You can go
see, that's where we lose it, man. The bottom line is when I look around who's basically pushing this stuff, it's not just Jews, it's Anglo-Saxons. It's all of them.
Can you do one thing? If you're gonna disagree with me, at least when you're off the show and you're on your own time and you go to gtvflyers.com, gtvflyers.com, if you if you give it the time of day for an hour and a half, not even that much, but you can just pick random names out of the flyers that you see, and Kala, I swear to God, every name that you see listed on there, whether they work for Disney, whether they work for it's all organized. So like gun control, mass migration, Disney, LGBTQ, all of these things are agendas. And all of these agendas have been created by someone. These people are 99% Jewish. If you go on that website and Google their names and then type Jewish after, you can see that it's not propaganda that I'm trying to show you.
I know. This is what I say. Some Jews, right?
The Jews use black people. The Jews use
black people. You're gonna get your channel booted for talking about these people. You're gonna get your channel booted for talking about these people, bro.
Let him finish real quick. Let him finish. I got you.
Yo, I can't fire. I'm not gonna say that word again. Okay,
and then we're gonna close out and move to something else. Because you have this obsession for Jews, and few people have already mentioned to you.
Do you not see the hypocrisy that you can't mention these people? Do you not see the hypocrisy in this? Yeah. Do you wonder why? Do you wonder why in Florida they passed the bill?
You people are the same thing. Rednecks, all of you people are the same thing. Nobody can talk about you. You go after people that go against you too. You're all the same. No, none of you is different. They give you the power. Give you the power. Give you all rednecks the power. All of us go back in slavery. It's stupid. Let's get the hell away, man. Nobody wants to talk to you people, man. You're crazy.
Fire. Why don't you at least? What I told Kala to look at. Can you at least give me 5 minutes and can you at least look at the names and?
Hey, Chris, is Joe Biden? Is Joe Biden a Jew? Joe Biden just gave 400,000. 400,000 illegal migrants, right? Who are destroying New York City, Chicago.
500,000. 500,000.
Are Joe Biden a Jew?
No, but can I? Okay, so I'm ringing up the. Hold on. Let's look at his cabinet here. I can't put it on the screen because it's every single aspect of the Biden administration is blank. So his Secretary of Treasury, his Secretary of State, Deputy Secretary of State, Attorney General Merrick Garland, Secretary of Homeland Security, Secretary for Political Affairs, Director of National Intelligence, Office of Science and Technology, White House Chief of Staff, Director of CIA, David Cohen, Jewish, Lieutenant Colonel, transgender Jew, 4-star Admiral, U.S. Assistant Secretary of Health, transgender. These things are out in the open. It's not even like you can verify what I'm saying.
I got you.
You know what? Hold on. I want to say something to Chris. Hold on. It's the Republicans' fault because the Republicans are.
I'm gonna put this up. I'm gonna take it down. Just look, watch. You see it? I'm gonna take it down. I don't want him to get banned. You see this?
Hold on. Wait, Chris.
No, we don't need to show anything. But finish up before so we can get to our video.
Wait, Chris.
Video about the names and everything. It's a big coincidence.
See, the Republicans, they don't understand that. Y'all need to stop with this black hating stuff because now you're the bottom of the white people, because the Democrats own all the media, all the mediocrity. The Democrats own it. If you, Chris, are you hearing me? Chris, are you hearing me?
Yes.
Good. You feel me? So the Democrats have all the mediocrity in America. You feel me? They have.
Are you saying they own the media, or they're wait? What are you saying?
They own the biggest medias. They own Facebook.
Do you realize? Holy crap! Okay, I can't fire. Please, can you just make a new tab for a second and just go to this website and just don't even look at it now. Just look at it later, because everything you guys are freaking saying, just please, just at least look at it. Please, I'm just asking. I'm not an agent. I'm not anything. Just please look at it.
Calm down. Calm down.
I mean, I've seen the flyer, but we do have to move forward and play our video.
Yeah.
So, Chris, I appreciate you joining and sharing what you have to share. Thank you for connecting with us, and you take care. And we have to move to the next part of our program. So, you guys, I'm going to play the video. I'm going to continue the video, and then let's give us some feedback.
Okay, I put it in the StreamYard chat, but you guys have a good night.
All right, you take care.
Okay. Bye, bitch. Hatred gonna kill all of them. You feel me? Hatred and greed is what is going to destroy white people. I would want to be strong enough to do it before hatred kill them off. You feel me? But that's what gonna kill all of them. And greed. Because watch this. You see this internet and this media. You remember they had in the 80s and before internet, they had manipulation over the media and what we could hear and see. Now they and I look at this. It's like the Africans and the Black American has foresight. You feel me? Because the Nigerian created the internet. The African American created the cell phone, and the Ghana man along with some American created the fiber optic cable. The fiber optic cable make the internet faster. You feel me? The cell phone caused the phone to stay in your hand, and now you can video call and do whatever on it. You feel me? That's the Black American did that. You feel me? And the internet, you know what it is. And that's the Nigerian. So it's like Black people was pre-thinking, say, what could we use to conquer white people? You feel me? And it's like they said, oh, their own greed. You feel me? We as Black people want a communication avenue, because they're trying to distance us from Africa and distance us from the Caribbean and America and all that, so we don't know each other. You feel me? So now white people now have what you call refined the internet and establish it, not knowing that they just demolish their own what you'd call their own blockade of information. You feel me? So now information is free and runs like a river. You feel me? And you can see the backlash right now with Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Guinea, and some others. You feel me? You can see the backlash because African Americans, Caribbeans, and Africans are communicating. You feel me? And they are making contacts and friendships and relationships and all that stuff. Things that white people was fighting against in slavery. So now they can't stop the internet because they're too greedy. You feel me? It's impossible. You feel me? And the internet information is their destruction. You feel me? Yeah. So they just watching their destruction take place and can't do shit about it because they too greedy.
Yes, absolutely, brother. This is the end. But what I want to do is, Carl, let me know if you have to, if you need to respond to anything.
Yeah,
Video.
about that guy Randy Short, whatever his name is, right? When he says, "Okay, I'm Native," we show his picture, right? He doesn't look Native American at all, like this, and it's just like the one guy Mills saying, it's just self-hate, you know. And the bottom line is this: I think the Pan-African movement, as a Con was just saying, Fire was just saying right there, is basically is like the last stand of Black love, last real stand of Black love. You know, I mean, all this other stuff has been shown to be fake. Khan was right about 2018, right? And I will add, right, one of the biggest factors, and you may laugh at this, right, was the fact that the movie Black Panther took it just hit the whole culture so hard, you know, that, you know, everybody was into the, they're like, whoa. And then that's when Yvette Carnell, because she was very outspoken. This movie got to stop, and we got to stop this. We're not Africans and all like this. And then, yes, it was 2018. I'll never forget that. That's when she appeared on the scene. She was in Breaking Brown with Boyce Watkins, and the conversation was Black people, like whatever stupid stuff. You know, Obama, the Clintons, you know that told her. Then when the conversation became about Pan-Africa, you start seeing platforms and people start talking about Africa and building in Africa. And then you had Bomani, Dinah Samir, the Black African Infrastructure Organization. And they're like, these Negroes are serious. And so therefore they're like, yo, why are we talking about Africa? And then what died too was the whole idea of they start attacking the Black do for self. Right before that, right? I want everybody to go back and look at that, right? Black people talk about buying Black. You know, Black-owned apps and everything. They're coming back now, right? But then they start talking about, no, we need to get reparations and everything. So this reparations movement is basically to counter. That's why I said you cannot be a Pan-Africanist, right, and go with this, because the reparations movement is all about you re-engaging the American system. We already said
it's a CIA activated plan, bro. I'm telling you. We underestimate white people and their sway on us. These people have, these white people, right? White people in America, they have an organized propaganda machine, and it is known to be an organized propaganda machine. And these people will go low and fucking and deal with you properly. These people
would
will
never
go
have
very
thought,
low.
right, that we'll be arguing over people that I grew up with. I grew up with people from the Caribbeans. I had people that's married to people from Barbados, Jamaica, all over and stuff like that, you know, cousins and relatives now and everything. We lived in the same cities in New York and everything like that, my friends and everything. And go back when now somebody's telling me I got to delineate from my own people, not white America. This is insane.
Yeah, this Negro that we grew up with talking about he Indian now.
Yeah, now they're Indian. Also, all mixed together, you know. Tay Brown said Tay Brown got triggered. He says, "Colin, make up your name." That's what happened. You know, you guys got triggered by the Black Panther, how successful it was. $1 billion, the largest franchise of Marvel, right? The largest single character was a Black character, and they were calling white people colonizers and Wakanda and all stuff like this, and people got upset. And not only that, you know what got upset too, right? Listen to this, right? The soundtrack didn't have no hip hop in it, right? You had Diddy, he wasn't invited. There wasn't the usual Jay-Z, Beyonce. Right after that, Jay-Z and Beyonce, to counter Black Panther, went on their ape shit tour, right? And to take the energy. And it's still, even though the concert was successful, they were trying to take, we got to steer the energy away from this thing. Then Beyonce, a year later, started talking about she started doing the Africa thing and whatnot. So people are like, whoa, what's going on here with Black America? This re-engagement with Africa. A year later, you had the year return in Ghana. You know?
Hold on. I want to say this. T Brown, you are Indian. Stay out of Africa business, bro. Go find the Indian channel and go tap in, bro. Instead of being in the chat arguing like a bitch.
All right. On that point, let me just play some of this so we can just keep this analysis going. We can play it up to the 40-something minute mark.
So Black people here, in fact, Black people are aboriginal to the whole planet. But the Pan-Africanists, along with white supremacists, say only Black people in Africa. So what about New Guinea?
Yeah, some of these old.
What about Melanesia? What about the people in Taiwan? What about the Mio people in China? What about the Laplanders? What about the Black people all over the damn face of the earth? What about the Ainu in Japan? Liar, Pan-Africanists, you are goddamn liars. You're telling us to give up what little we have here for something that's not certain in Africa.
Hold on, Bomani. I'm telling you, some of these old Negroes are the worst. So they have been fucking up our race since the 70s. You feel me? And come here talking, and they have been pastors. He looked like a goddamn pastor in the 80s. You feel me? Coming out here talking against Pan-Africanism. What do you know? Pan-Africanism own all Black people in the world. Anywhere they are. Pan-Africanism own them. You feel me? I don't know what this nigga talking about.
Well, let's finish hearing what you have to say. We don't have to agree with him. That's if we want to play things that we agree with, we can play a bunch of things that we agree with. If we want to have people that we all agree with, we can bring them on. But sometimes that's not always the way to get things done. So we need to hear what people are saying about us. And
I was just giving him what they call the reaction. You feel me? I was just giving him a reaction.
I gotcha. Right, Dr. Short.
Not knocking Africa. Africa's rich, but who owns the resources in Africa? And damn it, don't you say Africans. They're in the hands of white corporations who have armies, African armies, fighting to help exploit Africa. Who do you think they'll kill if you go to Africa with your Pan-Africanist ideas, talking about Africa for the Africans? Who do you think they'll kill? Who do you think those Africans armed and trained by America will kill if you go over to Africa acting like, ooh, Africa's free, Africa's my home? They'll shoot your ass down just like a race soldier here. So the immaturity, the bullshit of these people who are not sophisticated, they're not intelligent, they have no integrity, they have no honesty, who are selling you an African dream that they can't deliver. I'm not saying that Africa's not pretty. I'm not saying Africa's not beautiful. I haven't said that Africans aren't our brothers or we're not African, in part at least. But I am saying what Booker T. Washington said, cast down your motherfucking buckets where you are. I get something here. Africans are coming here and becoming rich. Africans will sell and abuse one another to come here. And when they hear about people coming to Africa, a lot of them laugh. Why are they laughing? It isn't that Africa's not rich. It isn't that Africa doesn't have resources, but you got tribalism in Africa. Africans that will fucking kill you if they think you're in a group of people that they hate without knowing who you are. Have you really been to Africa off of the tourist routes, away from your handlers that want you to invest, liar Pan-Africanist? Have you ever walked the streets in Africa by yourself and people not know where you're from and presume you're in one group or the other? First time I went to Africa as a teenager, I got lost. And the people did not like me, some of them. Nope, they didn't think I was from America. They thought I was in a tribe of people that they don't like. So they wouldn't help me. Screw you. Screw you and your people. I mean, that's what happened in 1983. Wow, 40 years ago. 40 years ago in July, I was in Senegal and I was in Niger in June 40 years ago. And I was in Niger and the people don't know me. I don't know you. We don't like your people. Screw you. there is no perfect place. There's no utopia for Black people. Utopia is where we make it. Utopia is where we're willing to shed blood,
hold on.
sweat, and tears to have sanctuary.
Hey, Bomani, this dude say the Africans didn't think he wasn't African. They just thought he was from a different tribe. But it's a tribe that they don't like.
Hey, yeah, Bomani, with that, while he's referencing that, can you put his picture back up?
This dude is so stupid. It's unreal.
Now, this guy, and then he's going to go on and say somebody confused him for being an Arab, you know? That nigga don't like no Arab to me, you know? You know, he was like Ned the Wino somewhere, you know? That's what we have is just self-hate. He said, damn the Pan-African. What did the Pan-Africans do to them? That's why, you know why they're mad? Because the Pan-African view is winning. And we can't let them twist our message. We never said to bum rush the coast, everybody need to go to Africa. We're not saying that. But we are saying that those of us with the means, right, it's time for us to expand beyond the America, you know, and make those connections, you know, and our influence is growing. This idea of us talking, you know, I look at the Kinganda channel or O'Shea one night. They're really making some groundbreaking impact and building people getting to know each other. Isn't that good? Europeans know each other. They talk, they dialogue, they institutions. Why do Black people, before, the only means we had of knowing each other is what the BBC said, what Fox said, or whatever, you know, we didn't know each other. With social media now and people traveling, we're getting to know each other. We know how people think. We're arguing, debating, you know, but that's all good. You know, it's only going to keep growing. We think we're just going to shut down our channels and stop talking about this or stop building. They want us to stop talking about this all together, you know?
You even have passport bros ending up in Africa.
Yeah, now look at Austin Holloman. He's in Kenya, right? They're hating it. Look at the comments he's getting, right? Oh, why do you care that the young brother's having a good time with these beautiful Kenyan, Rwandan chicks going on dates and everything? They hate that.
Yeah, right. There's some punks, that don't like autonomy. That's what they don't like. Let me tell you, some of these people, our brothers and sisters, don't like responsibility. Because if you own an electric grid, well, you have to maintain it. You feel me? If you own a water source, well, you have to maintain it. Yeah. So all of whatever we need, it takes responsibility. It takes responsibility.
That's nation building. That's what nation building is all about. The nationhood is the ultimate responsibility.
Of course.
Then you're free.
So we think a lot of people, they want to be free without responsibility. You feel me? And that's where we go wrong. If we want autonomy, we need to do the work ourselves and we need to maintain it ourselves. You feel me? And that's the only way we're gonna get autonomy. We have to do it ourselves. You feel me? We have to secure a water source. We have to make the pipes, we have to install the pipes, and we have to maintain the pipes. You feel me? For everybody to be comfortable. You feel me? That's how life is. And if we don't get it, we're not gonna get it. You feel me? We need to get it.
Without controlling your infrastructure, you have nothing, you know? Since the beginning of time. It's the beginning of time. Well, how Rome ruled the world? Rome ruled the world because a lot of it was conquest, but then when they start building roads and building aqueducts and ports and everything in the areas they conquered, people say, okay, well, at least I got access to roads and everything. I guess the Roman Empire is not so bad because they provided what? Infrastructure, you know, a monetary system and all stuff like this. They maintain infrastructure. If you don't have your own infrastructure, you have absolutely nothing. You know, the
Absolutely.
black
Yeah,
race
but
don't want to have infrastructure.
yeah, but when I don't talk about Rome because black people had the same thing. Egypt was doing the same thing, and
Yeah,
Nubia.
Roman.
Nubia taught them, and Egypt taught them that shit.
Absolutely. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate both of your input. Want to try to get through this video, so let me play a few more minutes, and then I'm sure you.
Yeah.
I'm sure y'all got a lot to say after a few minutes of playing. And Kala, I'm gonna eventually get to the part where it talks about Liberia, and I want you to break it down because this guy is going buck wild when he starts talking about Liberia.
Like they did in maroon communities. That's when you have something. Anyone telling you that if you just go somewhere else, things will magically get better, they've got one of two things in mind. Either you're going to go in to another land and you're going to eventually have to become something else, or you're going to go in as a black settler like our Negroes in Sierra Leone and Liberia that have a hostile relationship with the people who have a stronger ancestral connection to the land where they were placed. And it's really bad in Liberia, and they really don't like each other in Liberia or Sierra Leone. And those lands are always poised for ethnic killing and fighting. Real talk. Pan-Africanists need to stop lying. And so right now, there are regional conflicts all over.
Before he gets into the regional conflict in West Africa, that's the part I wanted to play for you, Kala, when he's talking about Sierra Leone and Liberia. It seemed like he has no knowledge of anything historically. He just is just blabbering. Can you break that down for us?
Well, basically, he said, if you want to play that right back, what he said about Liberia, I want to be absolutely clear of what I'm responding to. You know, the part where he said about Liberia. It was really brief.
Like they did in maroon communities. That's when you have something. Anyone telling you that if you just go somewhere else, things will magically get better, they've got one of two things in mind. Either you're going to go in to another land and you're going to eventually have to become something else, or you're going to go in as a black settler like our Negroes in Sierra Leone and Liberia that have a hostile relationship with the people who have a stronger ancestral connection to the land where they were placed. And it's really bad in Liberia, and they really don't like each other in Liberia or Sierra Leone. And those lands are always poised for ethnic killing and fighting.
Cut right there. First of all, that's not true. You know, Liberia had most of its history was relatively peaceful. Okay. All the tribes that joined the Republic of Liberia signed treaties to join the Republic because they saw what was waiting for them on the other side of Liberia's territory. The French were brutal. The French basically had what we call a head tax, right? Liberia had a hut tax, right? We tax a hut. You know, you have 5 people living in a hut. The French on the other side of the border taxed each head inside of a hut. You know, it was so bad that if Liberia was so bad, then why did all those people came to Liberia? Most of Liberia's territory was empty. Most of the people you see in Liberia came from across the French Guinea, Ivory Coast, and British Sierra Leone because they wanted that freedom, the culture that our ancestors brought. They're talking about liberty, black unity, black nationalism, pan-Negroism, pan-Africanism, and all the stuff that Liberia brought. So he talked about the maroon communities, right? He said we had maroon communities. The maroon communities were okay. My ancestors come from maroon communities in North Carolina, but we were living under the gun. At any time, we could have been recaptured and sold back into slavery, you know? And the maroon communities lived a real harsh life in America and everything like that, you know? And also what he doesn't understand is one of the famous maroon communities in America, in Virginia Beach, right? Right from the Great Dismal Swamp, the northern end of the Great Dismal Swamp ends of Virginia Beach, right? The Hogarth family, right? I went to their reunion 2 years ago, right? They founded the settlement of Arlington in Liberia, right? They duplicated the community they had in the maroon community and then went to Liberia because they said, now we're free. Black people have always built maroon communities since we've been free on this continent of North America. Most Black people lived in their own communities in America, right? But the bottom line is those communities was always uncertainty. You know the story about Solomon Northup, right? A maroon community in upstate New York, Saratoga Springs. He was basically tricked into slavery and sold into slavery. Black communities was not safe in America, no matter what. In Liberia, they were able to build the same sort of communities and have freedom, have a government that protects them. So why would anybody in their right mind, right, staying in America than going to Liberia, where they could do what they want to do, farm, they could enter the commerce, everything. So this guy basically is telling a falsehood. And he always makes it seem like, oh, these people are killing each other, ethnic strife. What do you think is happening by hundreds of blacks are getting gunned down every day? Please don't get this guy back on, Bomani. Come on. I'm trying to have a Pan-African discussion, man. Save him for another time. Another time, Chris. Another time,
Thank you, Bomani.
Another time, because it's serious talk, So
you are.
If you look at the story of the African American, right? We've always been about building our own communities and basically like this. We've always tried to avoid white people, but in America, it was not. It was basically necessary because they control the wealth. They provide the job. Look at Florida, right? Ocala, Florida, right? Black people had basically controlled the orange trade and thing. Strong black men made themselves millionaires in Florida. What happened? The white capitalists came there, right, and caused some thing and whatnot and destroyed it, right? And now it's about Florida's an orange state. How did Florida get the orange, right? We were the ones growing the oranges and picking it and doing all the backbreaking work to make it work. Well, it was black people that were running the trade in oranges and everything like that in Florida, and the white people took it over. So what I'm saying is, they knew when they went to places like Liberia, whatever they farmed, they didn't have a white mob to take it over eventually, So the bottom line is these people talk about all stuff like this. Let's talk about the success of Liberia, the success of this country. Liberia was exporting camwood, cotton, coffee, and all the stuff like that to the world, At a time when most black people in America were struggling and starving in America, Liberia had produced a merchant class called the merchant princes, right? Who lived in relative comfort and peace on their homesteads in Liberia. Why in the world? See, if people really knew the history of Liberia and how black people lived when we went to the success they had, they wouldn't even think like this. They wouldn't talk like this. But this guy, Randy Shores, knows that most black people don't read. And so they're going to take what he says as face value.
Excellent, Carl. Appreciate the breakdown. Icon Fire, if you want to add to it, let me know before I continue to play this video.
You can go ahead.
Pan-Africanists need to stop lying. And so right now, there are regional conflicts all over Africa, ethnic conflicts all over Africa. And folks want to know which group you're in. You don't have to deal with that pretty much in America if you're black for all of its problems. You might find someone black that's not trying to fight you. In Africa, it can get funky real fast and you stand out. Speaking of that, let's just segue off of 3321 and just go to Niger for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
You heard about a coup in Niger. They got...
Go ahead.
Niger is a country in the Sahel. It's bordered by Nigeria, Chad, Libya, Burkina Faso, Mali, and I forget which other country, but it's okay. Maybe Ivory Coast. And I want to say to you, they've had a coup. They want the president, who is a friend of America and France, out. They have had him under house arrest. The United States and the it's called ECOWAS, Economic Community of West Africa, which has a military group called ECOMOG. ECOWAS, the United States and France want these soldiers who were trained by the United States, AFRICOM, which stands for Africa Command, and for all you coons that voted for Hillary and Obama, they've militarized Africa and set Africa up for warfare in the Sahel. It's a strip of land that extends from Senegal to Sudan. That means it cuts all the way, it cuts across Africa in half. They've already planned to make that the theater of war in the 21st century. Your President Obama and Hillary Clinton, they've dumped weapons and arms and training to prepare militaries to fight and kill. They want the Chinese and Russians and to kill Africans who are Islamic and radicalized. This was set in motion back when they got rid of Gaddafi, and they finalized things 10 years ago in 2013. And ever since they put AFRICOM in Africa, there's been one coup after the other in these countries. So as I speak, recently there was a coup in Burkina Faso, also known as Upper Volta. If you're familiar with it, you know that Thomas Sankara
he got it
in
absolutely wrong.
1983, thereabout.
Absolutely wrong. He basically saying that the United States is bankrolling France. The United States is tethered to France in West Africa, right? Why would the United States basically have a coup, right, against its own interests? If he says AFRICOM trained all these people and all stuff like this, it does not matter, right? If you're AFRICOM was there under civilian governments, right? The militaries came in and took over. So that basically, so he's saying AFRICOM caused the coups. That doesn't even make any logical sense.
And look at this, how he's stupid. He underestimating these Africans as if the Africans don't have no mind for their own selves.
Like they're stupid.
It couldn't be the Africans is making their own revolt. It must be either the French or the Americans doing it. So in his case, he's saying it's Africa doing it. But America is on an edge. That's what he don't know. Even in Mali, in Niger, America is on an edge. You feel me? Because they don't like how the ambassador of America was changed. It looks like the ambassador went and spoke to the Niger commander. That's why they're not so mad with America, because the new ambassador came in and did not speak to them the other day before they moved their base. You feel me? So it looks like this.
And also he said, Hillary and Obama, that's Republican Negro talking points, right? He's the coon. Because this started all the way back in the time of Kennedy, Nixon, with the CIA, with the Kennedy administration, all the way up until the Reagan administration and Henry Kissinger, you know? And so he's just only going back a few bit. Obama, like this.
A lot of these dudes are very shallow. They see 500 years of progress going on, and we looking at this surface thing as if this thing has just started. You feel me? These people are what you'd call seasoned in oppressing us and seasoned in how to manipulate us, because they have what you'd call fabricated the way we think. So they all they do is, for the most part, is keep the confusion going. You feel me? So that's what we, the Pan-Africanists, is doing, trying to get people out of this confused state where this dude, he sounds like a coward. He's just running away from Africa, thinking about people who want to kill him and who don't like him and all that. But he's just a hater, and he can't. People like this don't do well around black people. They always be the fucked up one. That, you feel me? So because you don't feel comfortable around black people, that's why people don't like you, because you ain't correct in your vibration. Your vibration is fucked up. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can't go to Africa and everybody don't like you. Go ahead, Bomani. Yeah, but to me, you giving him Bomani, giving this nigga too much airtime. I mean, like, who cares about
Khan's like, yo, check us out. I listened to the whole thing, but Monty went off the other night. I think he dozed off, whatever, like that. And I had to listen to the whole. I was fuming, man. I was calling my mind like, take this shit off, man. I was going crazy the other night, man.
What we doing piece by piece. Icon, we can sit here and we can all talk together and agree.
I know what you're doing, and nothing is wrong. Nothing is wrong. I'm just telling you.
In order for you to educate the people that are not educated, these are the things that they're listening to. They're listening to these people and people like Dane Calloway. So even with the trolls that we had on, you see the agenda. So we just let them talk their garbage, then we just dismiss them, and then we educate the people.
Let me ask you a question, Bomani.
Go ahead.
Our good friend John Cashin, he says he agreed with most of what he said. This guy's talking a bunch of crap, man. You know, what did he agree with?
We said about 85% of it.
85%. So that's what people say that like that. They disagree. They know Colin. If Colin doesn't like it, I'm gonna go ahead and agree with it. You know, it's like that. I never was like that type of person, right? If I don't like somebody, right? If I don't agree with somebody on a lot of stuff like that. When the person's saying something, whatever like that, I'll say, okay, he's telling the truth, right? Me, I could take somebody's talking point, right, and agree with. Like tonight, we started tonight. I was saying that yes, we should build in America. We have a strong Black nation in America, right? They come in and talk about, oh, you guys want to talk about going to Africa? We said no. We're all for building in America, right? They completely omitted that, completely omitted that, Sakala always talk about against Black America, It's like they can't even reason. They so full of hate and so full of anger and everything like that. They take everything I say and twist it around.
Bro, nobody can live around them in America. Any Black person try to live around them, they keep them poor. Or these type of Negroes that be want to stay in America, those are the Negroes that keep you poor. They don't want they stay they here in America and they struggle each other, they strangle each other from surviving. See me, they don't want to work with nobody. There is no teamwork. No teamwork makes the dream work thing with some of these Negroes, these Indian Negroes. You feel me? They don't want to team up with nobody.
I would love to ask Alcoon, right? Does he support Black-owned businesses like the Black-owned app? Black-owned business. Download the Black-owned app.
First of all, they're Indians. They don't want to. They're not gonna support no Black thing because they're Indians.
What gets me is if they want to see. This is what it is. And I was Angry Man. I like Angry Man show, but when he said, the other day, see, somebody got you thinking you're from Africa. I had to turn name agreement off. Like, damn, they got you too now, bro. This whole thing about, I understand we've been off the continent for 400 years, right? But if you can't admit where your bloodline's from, you'll never hear a white person say, I'm not from Europe, Oh, I didn't come from Europe. I originated here. The white man will say, yeah, I'm from Scotland. I'm from Germany. I'm from Italy, And therefore, you have a balanced view of the worldview who you are. The only group of people that have this problem is the Black man in America because the white man has, like we said, strange fruit. You should have been on the show last Saturday. We had a show called Strange Fruit.
You can't say the American alone. The Caribbean people is just the same. It's the same thing like American.
They're doing that down there too? They're doing that down there too?
Most Jamaicans will tell you they are Jamaican. They are not Africans.
Well,
a lot of Jamaicans. Of course. What are you talking about? Only Rastafari.
Why is it that
yeah, Colin, that's a true story. I have the same experience.
Check this out. Then why is it that every time like one of these Africans get on the show, see, I could connect like Kedola and Mike they'll say, see, Jamaicans, they know the African root. I said, yeah, they always say Jamaica. I like Bomani because Jamaicans know that Bomani's the exception,
You can't just generalize exactly, and that's the reality of it.
Listen, there are a lot of Jamaicans, right? That know Africa.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Love Africa. Hold on. They love Africa. They speak about Africa, but most Jamaicans have no interest in Africa. In fact, they want to do the opposite. of Africa. You feel me? And to me, Africa has to get rich and powerful for these Jamaicans to be subdued.
Yeah, did you hear that, Kidola? Did you hear that? You were saying something opposite the other day. You said Jamaica's more closer to African culture.
Kala, look, sometimes I understand that in the past, way back in the past, before the internet and all this TV and travel and everything, that the white people that colonized some of this Caribbean island, they would tell them, "Oh, you are not African, you're Jamaican because you're not hungry." Look, Africa would be portrayed to them for years as the people there. They are backward. They have taste in their ass. They have they don't know nothing. They uncivilized, and these things will be portrayed and be put in their brain for the beginning of that slave trade till recently, when these YouTubes and people are not showing this is Africa, this is Ghana, this is that, and you don't just even most people will tell you, "Oh, I'm not Zimbabwe." You understand me? I'm not this. They say things like something until they really started looking deep into Africa, or when they started coming close to these Africans, that they now understand, whoa, they even know more than what we know about. Really, look, this thing cannot just be brainwashed or be washed away with the water just at once. It will take years. You understand me? It will take years, and I can't really blame them, because where they're going to pinpoint where they're coming from in Africa. Okay, we know they're from West Africa, most of them, but what the emotions lies to where you're really coming from. You know what I mean? If you're from Jamaica, that's where your emotions is. So you cannot just say, "Oh, no, I'm not from Jamaica anymore. I'm from this place." Yes, the Europeans are far more balanced. That they will tell you, "Oh, my ancestor is from Scotland," even when they live in America for more than 1,000 years. Those he tell you
As
that.
I'm saying, what's up, Kidogo? As I'm saying, black people, for the most part, in America and the Caribbean, Africa have for the most black Americans and the most people in for the most Caribbean, Africa has to be strong, getting powerful, speaking with authority to the rest of the world, and then the rest of black people will relent and what you call
I hate to admit this, Akon. I hate to admit this, right? But remember when Nelson Mandela came out of jail? Then he came to America. Everybody wanted to be African. Remember that he came to Harlem. Everybody was like, "I'm African." That's what started it all. You know.
So you see what I'm saying. So if Africa keep growing and grow faster and get a little more assertive in the world, then you see a lot more black people of the world start submitting themselves to Africa. You feel me? Because I'm telling you, it is possible. It's just that Africa is an underdog in the economic world. So because it's an underdog, a lot of black people are ashamed. You feel me? We are ashamed of what's going on. We are ashamed to associate with.
But it's not about a shame, really. It's
No,
about,
man. Let me speak, bro.
Hold on. It's about what they be hearing and what they be telling them.
Yeah, but calm down, bro. Let me talk about my people.
The Chinese. Hold on. The Chinese people.
Kidogo, let me speak about my goddamn people. Let me speak, Kidogo. We not Chinese.
I can't go ahead, Kidola, hold on.
Yeah, we not no goddamn Chinese, bro. You feel me? Chinese wasn't colonized. You feel me? Chinese speak Chinese. Chinese was insulted, was abused, was humiliated, and they have processes where they don't forget that. We were humiliated, abused, and forgotten about it, and then re-humiliated and abused, and teach us to forget about it. And all of these things have been happening to us for 500 years. So don't stop comparing us to goddamn Chinese. Feel me? Stop doing that, you stupid. You feel me? You are people who are we are another set of people are in control of you for 400 years. You gave them control because we friendly as hell. You feel me? We're friendly. We like children. We're so friendly. We think people is kind. You feel me? And then they abuse us. You feel me? And that's what happened to us. Now we are confused people. So that's why I'm telling you the hatred and the animosity between Black American, Caribbean people, and Africa is all because of these things. And we in the Caribbean and America, on a general level, we don't want to have anything to do with goddamn Africa. Don't think that we're running you down to be friends or to come there. Most of us don't. Most of us don't want to come there. But I say the only reason is because we are ashamed of our conquered, we are ashamed of being a conquered people. We are ashamed of it. And if you're not ashamed, shame on you. You feel me? If you're not ashamed of being a conquered people, Kidoga, shame on you. Do you a disgrace to our race? So that's why. So I'm saying that's why we are ashamed, and that's why most of Black people are ashamed, because our great continent is weak. You feel me? And our people on our great continent is misled and abused and being censored from the true reality. You feel me? So they making all wrong moves just because of that. You feel me? So until Africa tighten up and take education, Black education serious, Black love serious, Black upliftment serious, until Africa do that, then you won't get no respect from the rest of the Black world. You feel me? So we waiting on you all in Africa to catch up. You feel me? So the gullible can cite you as a refuge. You understand?
Hold on. Look. When you measure Africa, you have to say Africa is very, very huge. You talk about not only the sub-Sahara that live in Africa, we have Egyptians, we have Ethiopians, and everything. So when you start talking about Africa,
Egyptians are not Africans.
Hold on. When you start talking about Africa, you can generalize Africa as kind of like one country or one people, but it's not really like that. Inside the sub-Sahara, they also have groups.
So what, Kidogo? Who cares?
Hold on. Let me say something. The people, African continental or native Africans that live in Africa, never really understand that they don't have it in their mindset, or even think about there are other type of Black people that doesn't like them, but they don't have nothing to do with them. It's not in their mindset. They don't even know.
Hold on. But that's not your choice. People teach. No, you are colonized people. Don't act like Don't act like you Africans are thinking of your own. You're not thinking on your own. You're not thinking on your own.
Hold on.
Yeah, whatever.
You talk about most Jamaicans or Black Americans that don't like Africans, right? They don't want to go there. But I'm telling you that African people that live in Africa and everything does not care or even know anything about you. People don't even like them, or you people are not coming to that place. It's not in their mindset, and they don't think about it. So if you think that what Jamaica person think about continental Africans or native Africans or those oh the Jamaican dollar is not in their mindset, and they don't know that, and they have no to even think about that. If they hear you don't like those, okay, that's their own opinion. That's what they want. You understand? So
you just
Africa
want to
is
be
huge.
petty. You just want to be petty, bro. Who talking about that?
Africa is very, very huge. Until you come to their face in Africa or in Ghana or Nigeria, in Sierra Leone, and tell them straight, I don't like you. I don't want to be Africa. Aha. Then they will understand what you're talking about. But say for a distance, I say, oh, we don't want to be Africans. They don't really give a damn. You know what I'm saying? They don't give a damn. Whatever Black Americans think about Africans or well, let me say the Black people in Africa, they don't really because most Africans that live, most sub-Saharan Africans or Black people that live Africa, native Black people that live in this Western world, they're not going back to tell their people, oh, if you come to America, so Black Americans are far more worse than the white people. They don't say that because they have other things to discuss about. But when the time when the time comes, that's when they can say, oh no, you can just don't.
What's your point? What's your point?
So what you try to talk about, like this one don't want to go back, this one don't want to go back, is not really in their mindset. It's not really what you think about them.
So what, Kidogo?
What you try to generalize is if Africa care that you don't really like them.
Give us another point. Give us another point, Kidogo. I know you have a petty brain. I know you have a small brain, Kidogo. Give us another point.
Hold on, because
give us another point. You're just talking about Africans don't care either. Like it's a competition. Africans don't care either. Africans don't care either. Or why the competition? Give us another point, man.
You know, so what you try to say to have you ever
stop going off what I try to say, man.
Hold on.
Have your own point, man. Stop jumping on my.
Have you tried to
stop jumping on my point?
Have you go to
what's your point? Why did you come on? Why did you come on? Tell us why you came on.
My friend, you see your problem that you be missed too much that you forget a lot of things. Sometimes you speak with the people that miss you. People
like what? Africans don't care. Like what? Africans don't care. That's what you want to tell us. You want to tell us that Africans don't care?
Have you go to Africa that they say, oh, is Jamaica? Don't talk to him. Have you ever faced that one? Have you ever been to the Africa continent, or let me say West Africa continent? Let me put it like that. That anybody on the street that you would talk to say, no, I don't talk to you because you're Jamaican. Get the fuck out of my face. Have you ever experienced that?
I don't think that would happen. I don't think that would happen.
Okay, hold on. But that is what West Africa, sub-Saharan people are experiencing with the help of the Black Americans, or experiencing sometimes with the help of some of the Jamaicans. But the African people don't really talk. They don't complain. They just move on.
I think Jamaicans are all right in Africa. I think Jamaicans are all right.
So you have to be very careful. So that the West people use, because because the native Africans that live in the continent, they don't really know much about the hatred anybody have towards them, because in that place CNN does not say there. They don't, even when they listen to the news and the propaganda, it is not in their mind. They only deal with you when they get fed up of you, when they don't understand that you're really coming here to insult them. That's why you see some of all these coups that are going on.
Yeah, but that's what Africa. I'm telling you, Kidogo. All you want to do is Kidogo. Let me talk for a minute. You be talking for an hour. Let somebody else talk, man. Let somebody else talk, man. Let somebody else talk, man. Bro, let somebody else talk, man. Let me talk, bro. Let me talk, bro. Just be quiet, man. Let me talk, man. You alone want to talk. All you want to talk about, Africans don't care. And Africans will deal with you. They won't say nothing to you. Africans will just deal with you. Because all y'all have is power for Negroes. Y'all is some pussies around white people. You feel me? Y'all don't have no strength for white people. Y'all just want to put hands on Negroes. And y'all, that's cowardly. Y'all are some
Which
coward
Negroes?
yellow belly. Y'all
Which
are
Negroes
some
are you
coward
talking
yellow
about? That
belly
which
people.
Negroes are you talking about?
You wanna single out a little black American in Africa and beat him up. You dumbass little weak
How?
man.
Have you ever had that?
That's what you talking about. That's what you talking about.
Have you ever heard about that?
No,
Because you
that's what you
everything.
talking about.
Have you
Oh,
ever heard
they
of Africans?
that's,
Have you ever
no, but that's what
you
you talking about. You talking about, oh, they
Man,
won't even say nothing to you.
man,
They'll
your
just
Western
deal
view,
with you.
your Western
What
view is
was
outdated.
that? What did you mean
You can't
when
your
you
Western
say
view there.
what did you mean, Kidogo, when you say, oh, they won't say nothing to you, they'll just deal with you? What did you mean, Kidogo? Go.
I'm telling you right now that what you're talking about, the native Africans have no hatred to nobody.
Ain't nobody
right?
trying to abuse no African. Ain't nobody trying to abuse the Africans. Sometimes we try to correct them about certain things, but nobody trying to abuse no African. So stop the bullshit. As if you talking as if anybody going to Africa.
Look.
You talking as if anybody going to Africa trying to abuse Africans, and that's what you all dumbass. You as a dumbass is you Kidogo as a little dumbass. That's what you trying to promote. You trying to promote hate. You trying to promote hate, but you are the one who hate Africans. You are the one who hate Africans because you didn't even marry an African. You marry a European. That means you hate your own people. So your people, the Africans need to worry about you because they living around a little hater. You feel me? So don't be turning things on Black Americans and Caribbean people like we hate him. We ain't coming to Africa to disrespect nobody. You feel me?
I want to ask you something.
But you are trying to set us up talking about oh, Africans won't say nothing to you. They'll just deal with you. Tell us what you mean by that.
Hold on.
Tell us what
You talk too much.
Talk.
Look. You that is speaking that you love Africa. You will be the first one when you have any problem with an Africans. You will be the first one to say, "My pam African, my pam at this." Forget this one love you here try to promote. Forget this what you talking about out of your mouth. When the time comes that when you have a little problem with an African, you will insult them first. You will say, "My pam Africa, Africa this, Africa that." What I'm telling you right now is that you don't know nothing about Africa. You have never been to Africa. You never even stepped your foot to Africa. That you speak I don't know. Would you read some of this thing from? If you come to Africa, you'll be confused because Africa is very, very huge. Even inside Ghana, you were in Ghana, it's very, very huge. It's different. Your perspective of what you have in your own mind about Africa.
Hold on. I ain't even set foot in Africa, but you want to kill me already, right?
Don't talk about where you don't know.
Hold on, Kidogo, question. I never set foot on Africa, but you want to kill me already, right? Gonna wipe me off the map, right?
You're the one who sought Africa indirectly.
I never. Hold on. You don't know what insult. You don't know what insult in Africa. I'm pro-Africa. Stupid guy.
Forget that level, bro. Forget that level.
Kidogo, you are the one I insult because all you do is perpetrate hate. All you do is perpetrate hate because you want to tell us that Africans don't not gonna say nothing to you. They gonna just deal with you. What did you mean? What did you mean? That you and your goddamn family.
When I talk deal with is that
you guys got them.
They do business with you. Africa don't know nothing about your hatred towards them. They will just deal with business with you. They will talk to you. They will be friendly with you. If you have anything to share with them, they will listen to you. That's what I've been dealing with. Dealing with is not aggressive way. Africa will never show aggressiveness towards other people like that until if you don't come and threaten them. They don't have that time. They have other.
Thank you for your clarity. Thank you for your clarity.
So when you move around, be you green, be you yellow, be you anything, they don't have anything bad about you. So the Africans in Africa have nothing wrong about say, oh, that person don't hate me, or what. They don't even listen to internet. But when they start having this mindset, what the Black Americans are having, that Africans don't like us, and the native Africans in the country start thinking about, oh, these Black Americans don't like us, then you start seeing the distance immediately. No matter how long, whatever, if you come over there, they will let you know. We had a people don't like us. And
Tell
they
me
will
when
let
you
you know
finish,
straight.
because somebody else want to talk, bro. Tell us when you finish.
All right, I appreciate you guys' input. Let me switch over and continue on the video, and then Ola, you can let us know what you think about this, these comments and or these statements from this video we're about to play.
Or just thereafter took over. They had him assassinated by a stooge named Campo Ari. They threw Campo Ari out in 2017 or 2018, and they've had a constant turnover since. There was a coup in Guinea, and there was an attempted coup in Mali. So let me see. Just on the 28th, the head of state in Guinea has demanded that all Americans get out of his country by today, people. Every American has no legal right to be in Guinea. It's a country in West Africa that borders Senegal, Burkina Faso, Liberia, some other countries. Go look the shit up. I'm just telling you, their head of state said all Americans out. So you got Niger, which has been threatened by ECOWAS again, the Economic Community of West Africa, which has a military arm called ECOMOG. In the late 80s, early 90s, ECOMOG went into both Sierra Leone and Liberia. It's primarily comprised of the Nigerian army. Those folks are threatening to invade Niger in 6 days if they don't turn the government back over to their president, their first elected president, who was elected within the last year. They've have him locked up and won't turn him out. These people have refused. As of yesterday, the people were in the streets waving Russian flags and set fire to the walls of the French embassy. Mali, which has been assisted by France and the United States since 2010, has been fighting people in the northern half of the country. Niger, Mali, all these countries are super mineral rich. They're all in the French economic community. And the French have been stealing everything that they could since these countries got their independence between 1960 and 1964. So Guinea looks like it is going to end having relations with the United States. That happened before, where Guinea had its first head of state, Sekou Touré, who came to power in 1958, told white folks, in particular the French, get the hell out of our country. They were enemies, had no relationship with the United States from the 50s into literally the late 90s. Mali is in a civil war state, depending on the northern half of the country. And the Malians, all of them want one thing, and I need to add this element. Hillary Clinton, the little lesbian that a lot of you broads vote for, Black women are always on the wrong side of things. When they see a woman, they assume she's good, except for when they're screwing her man. Even if she's not screwing her man. Go figure.
Wow.
Hillary Clinton put the French back in control of their former colonies. And it's America backing the French, robbing and stealing from Africans. And that started with Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama helping the French mass murder people in Ivory Coast and imprison the rightfully elected president, President Gbagbo, who they put in jail, who's been released, was put in jail in Europe. He won. And that's all because this man wanted his resources to be used for his own people. The people in Mali want the French out. The people in Burkina want the French out. The people in Niger want the French out. The people in Chad want the French out. Everybody wants France out. The French have an economic arrangement with their former Black colonies that basically they get 65% of the country's gross domestic product every year. Imagine someone taking six.
This guy basically is trying to pin this on Obama, right? And on one hand, he says, we have coup after coup and everything like that, right? And then he says that Obama and Hillary, basically, he's a Republican, Obama and Hillary, and he doesn't know that the French have been in West Africa for decades, And now what's happened is they were playing different civilian governments against themselves and everything. And the only way the Americans justified themselves in that region was they were basically saying that they were going to fight Islamic insurgencies, right? Because that part of West Africa, if you really look at it, was pretty stable. It was pretty stable. Sahel was actually pretty stable, except for in the desert where you have these nomads and stuff like that, which some people say that the Americans and the French actually created, So he says, African overthrew the governments and everything. Why would the Americans basically overthrow help engineer these coups, right? Just to kick themselves out. It doesn't even make any freaking sense. So this guy's talking all over the place. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He just tries to. That's what happens when you basically see Africa in this one myopic view, just this simply, and there's no nuance. Oh, the West is doing this. Like, Africans are stupid. The Africans don't have any common sense. That they're not using their own maneuvers and their own thing. What happened was Africans looked around saying, we're doing all this. We're not getting any place. So the military step in. We said, we're going to solve the problem of the corruption and the Europeans, and we're going to deal with the insurgencies of the jihadists, right? By basically taking over the military, taking over these governments. And that's exactly what happened for civilian control. That's exactly what happened. So he's going around like, oh, well, the American, the Hillary Clinton, they have nothing to do with these coups that happen right now. These coups that happen because the civilian governments have failed. The president of Mali extended his presidency, he was corrupt, The former president of Burkina Faso, the one who assassinated Thomas Sankara, was overthrown and arrested, right? And the new military regime, right, was going to do the bidding of the West. And this guy Traore comes in there, and they had, I guess they had election, whatever like that. They didn't like that, so this guy Traore, Ibrahim Traore, took over, and that's the story, And so therefore, so when he talks about these coups in West Africa, I think it's we're on the right track, because these aren't coups where they overthrew opposition Western governments and they backed the coups. These coups happen organically. This guy's just running his mouth. He's not saying anything, but he knows his audience, target audience, don't know this. They don't know geopolitics and everything like that,
Well, Carl, appreciate you breaking it down, and that's why we do the Afrikstan analysis. Now, brother Ola, would you like to add to that? And then I'm just going to play like about 2 more minutes.
I think some of these coups you're saying that happen in these African countries, one thing you should understand is with all the information that are coming around, how some of their resources are being taken over. These are total different type of generation who does not see themselves. The old Africans, the old Francophone people see themselves sometimes as French first before African first, because that's what the French have been doing for a very long time. So these new guys see themselves more like the region where they're coming from. And you have to understand, that's why I said you have to really know these guys before you even say anything about them. The president of Niger, you have to say, it's a very light-skinned guy, look like Arab. The sub-Saharan Africans will not sit there as allow this guy who look like Arab to be having all over them, just like the way that guy look like a Libyan, and they don't like what his behavior. Some of this can also have to do with colorism. Also, they don't like his behavior. They be watching him.
No, he was a puppet of the French, and he wasn't
Puppet-
basically handling the
Puppet
jihadists.
of the puppet
That's
of the
what
French.
happened.
Puppet of the French also don't look like they're fully. He's not with them. He danced too much with the French tune. That will happen. That and Mali problem is actually a problem is they're using the Sahara. Some of these what I mean in Nigeria we call them don't forget what they call them. They're using it against them. Mali is a country that been formed by all type of West Africans. You have to what you have to say. Mali is like a buffer zone against the Arabs. It's a buffer zone. So Mali is not just Mali alone, but Mali is being formed by all the West Africans, all the way from Ghana, Nigeria, Guinea, and everywhere. Therefore, Mali, to when those people fought the Arabs out. So what you see now, come a time, the Africans, they will take over and try to push the French out. And that's what they're doing now. It will not just be as business as usual. If you're a puppet, even in Nigeria, the Nigerian people started see Tinubu as a puppet also because the Americans have record of him a lot. You understand? So they will threaten you, will release your bar record. Special those that study in America and London, they are the most corrupt Nigerian politicians in Nigeria. We don't know why. We don't know why, but what baffles us first, how they moving their money to buy properties in London. Why you want to build your own country? So the longer you stay in these American territories or in this British territory, you even become more corrupt. Because they view that they want to buy a house in some of these rich neighborhoods, $50 million houses. I don't understand when these Western governments doesn't have property in your country. We don't want them to come to Africa to sell property because we don't want them there. But we just have to keep it up just the way it is. If Africans, so I want to be sub-Saharan Africans, when we don't like it, we will take over. You see where the French can intimidate the Nigerians people. You see the crowd, they will sit and wait for you. They will block you off. They did not in the front of that army.
Hey, let me get Kidola, can I ask you a question? As a Nigerian, right, on the ground, right? Are Nigerians afraid of the French?
Not at all.
Then why are they doing their bidding? Why are they doing this?
I think I don't know what you see. It's not the not the Nigerians. Is this elite that is this started with Tinubu? It started with Jonathan during the Ivory Coast problem. That's when we noticed that the French they will invite them to France with other African leaders. They will start hearing they will use other francophones to start convincing Nigerians to join them. But in the real sense, these francophone countries also are the one that knock ECOWAS currency. The French also use them also to knock that currency. Country like Cote d'Ivoire, you know, what they call
Kidola, let me ask you another question, right? It's in my opinion, right? I said I had a debate with John Cashin the other night, and I said black people in America just getting African passports is useless. You know, it means nothing. And then Diane Samir sent me a thing from Front Page Africa, which could very well be written. Front Page Africa could be written as a elementary school blog, and that's about as credibility they have. Talking about, oh yeah, they want dual citizenship for Liberians or anything. If you read the article closer, even the article says it was for people who were displaced by the war to have citizenships and a thing to help build capacity. In other words, if you have to live in America, whatever like that, you have to be Liberian. You should be able to travel back and forth to help rebuild your country, which is legitimate. That does not mean African Americans who are descendants of slaves, even though they founded the republic, deserves a passport, a passport. And people don't understand. Can you tell me the ECOWAS passport, right? What can you do with an ECOWAS passport, Kidola?
I think the form that's I don't think you can't really do much with it actually, because in the continent of West Africa, really, I think you can move from one place if you're Senegalese, maybe to Nigeria, where you stay long, you assimilate.
You don't sound like you're sure. You don't sound like you're sure. You can
Yeah, you
travel
cannot really
along.
do well, yeah, because
You can
one thing
travel
you cannot
along
do.
West
We
Africa.
never have any clarity.
Hold on,
There's
hold
no
on,
place
hold on.
there's no website
Let me just
I can
add
go
in there.
to.
You can travel along West Africa to the different states or countries, but what you can't do is not. It doesn't give you authorization for a permanent residency. It's a temporary stay, so you still have to get residency and you still have to do things like that.
You still got to pay
So-
for a visa.
So yeah, so it saves you for a visa and it give you temporary stay in different countries.
Now, let
Go
me-
ahead, brother.
One thing that most people don't understand: if you stay long, let's assume a Ghanaian stay long in Nigeria,
You get
they
charged for
assimilate-
overstay.
Assimilate into a tribe there. It can be fully recognized as one of them. Will buy a land and build a house and stay there. Most of the time, if you stay too long, you also get married to the people there also. So
Not
that will
everybody
give-
wants to get married, Kadola. Just recently, last year, there was a whole bunch of Nigerians who the Ghanaians took their businesses, the small shops, over. Or what happened to the brotherly love of ECOWAS and everything like that? Do you understand that your Nigerian people were forced out of out of Ghana, out of envy, because they were dominating trade and everything, and then Nigeria threatened to cut off its supply to West Africa because of this stuff like that. So the ECOWAS has not been. My point I'm trying to make is there's a lot of people, black people in America, thinks they can get an ECOWAS passport and they can open businesses, they can travel. And the ECOWAS is only mean for people who are citizens of original citizens of those countries. Can we agree on that?
Yeah. If they have Sierra Leonean passport and they give the Sierra Leonean citizen, I think they forced to look at buy a land in Sierra Leone, but not in Ghana. That the passport of the citizen of the passport with the old.
But hold up. That is so-called Sierra Leone passport is an ECOWAS passport. Why can't they basically be able to use that in Ghana and Nigeria?
You have to understand.
I mean, you can travel along the coast, and that's all I'm saying.
Carla, you have to understand when they say let's come together, doesn't mean let's come together. You can still hold on to your own sovereign territories. So even the European Union, they have this European Union, so they see a problem about let's come together. Then when they come over, if you understand, the Eastern Europeans are very, very poor. So when they come to the Western European, they still treat them as garbage, savages. So Africans, not to avoid all these things, so you can be ECOWAS to travel around and move around without no visas or no. You have to. So they were using visa to go to Ghana, to go to some of all these areas.
And then that's all it's good for. So appreciate your clarity, my good brother Jughead. Please, my brother. I guess he meant to say, "Ola, my brother is wrong. Nigerians are afraid of France. 99% of Africans are cowards. Tony Vietnam and the Algerians kicked the crap out of the French decades ago. That's a true story." So, what do you think about that, Ola? Jughead comment.
Nigeria is not afraid of the French. The French.
I think they are.
Hold on. The French what the French were doing ever since is for Nigerians to open eyes. Is for the Anglophone.
Let me ask you a question, Kidola. Why is Nigeria act strong enough to act like Russia? Russia says if you move into Ukraine, we're going to go to war. That was a line in the sand with NATO. Why come Nigeria hasn't asserted its dominance in West Africa and basically?
I think you measure about Ghana throwing off Nigeria business because they say Nigeria is dominating this territory. Nigeria is a huge country. Nigeria, the population is short. West Africa, Nigeria is just
it has like 3 times the size of population of France.
So you have to understand, Nigeria cannot use their weight and their strength against other neighboring brotherly country like that. And some of this country doesn't.
Well, Russia did. Russia did.
Yeah,
Russia made it Crimea.
Russia did those things because they were one country before. And some of these countries, the Francophone, they were trained not to love the Anglophone people, the English for the Anglophone people. So what I'm telling you that if you see the Anglophone, if you see the Francophone people because the British didn't really colonize us directly. It was indirectly. They used it our chiefs. Some of us never even see the white man during the colonization time. But the French Africans that speak French, they will be colonized directly. They assimilate them, telling them that France is the motherland. If you see them, they eat similar type of food and bread like French people, baguette, stock broad, all kind of bread that the French are eating without them not having their own flavor towards it. And if you see that, they will tell you that, oh, I'm French. So we that speak English in that part of West Africa, they are very suspicious about us. The French are telling them, oh, Nigeria is coming to colonize you. If you go to this country, they tell them you are Nigerian, so oh, you come here to dominate, to colonize us. You understand me?
Well, how about this?
We'll appreciate that feedback.
Knock them upside the head. Say, yeah, we are. We're doing this for your own good. Now, now keep walking. Says ECOWAS member states. That means absolutely nothing. You know, Niger on that. All these countries are about to go to war with each other. Tell me where the ECOWAS is. Why can't ECOWAS solve the problems of West Africa? Why is ECOWAS doing the bidding of the French? You know, so I don't want to hear about ECOWAS anymore. You know.
Yeah, so they're all in on it. All in on it. So let's continue one more short clip, and then we can talk about it, and we can close out.
66% of your money before you even get to spend it. The French are supposed to be safe keeping this money for the African countries, but they never get it. These people are rebelling against slavery that America is enforcing. And the only thing that America has been offering these African countries since Obama came in was abortion, homosexuality, GMO foods, and dangerous contraceptives, in particular Depo-Provera, the Depo shot that kills women. Africans are tired. We may end up having a major regional war that breaks down around ethnic and religious lines. And it's all been caused by policies started by Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton, continued by no good Joe Biden and Susan Rice, a no good Black Jamaican American tether. That's what you got. These Pan-Africanists telling you about Africa. Do you realize? And I was just thinking, if I was an African and America was oppressing my country, and I wanted America to get a message to leave us the F alone, what would I do to send a message? What's the weakest point? What's a place that's unprotected that would make an impact on American society to show how angry I was? And you know what came to my mind?
What's that?
There are 150,000 Black people from the United States in Ghana that are conspicuous. You can spot them. They're going to start kidnapping and killing Black American expatriates in Africa. Watch the Pan-Africanists blow that shit off when it starts happening. You heard it here. You heard it on your show. Folk going to get shot. Folks going to get bombed. Folks going to get attacked.
So
and you know what? The State Department's going to give an advisory to encourage people to not travel to Africa. Watch. What are the Pan-Africanists? What are you liars with your fucking kufis on going to do? When they kill people who wear the kente cloth, who got the Adrinka symbols on, that are living their lives out in Ghana as Pan-Africanists, are you going to protect them? Do you have any relationship to lobby that there be something? You going to give them guns? You can't just own guns in Africa. What are you going to do? You liars, you phonies who don't talk about the reality of Africa.
So, Dr. Short, we got a contributor. His name is Mississippi Delta Guy. He says, get the French out.
All right, so that's probably enough of this person. So let me close that out.
Yeah, that's more than I could take. First of all, he lied. Basically, notice how he keeps saying started by Barack Obama. And the bottom line, he's basically doing white supremacy, Republican talking points. It's Obama, Hillary Clinton, and this stuff has been going on. It's more nuanced and more complicated than that. Then he calls Susan Rice a tether, ADOS FBA talking points and everything. These ADOS FBA, they're angry because no one's buying into their ideology. That's why they're having a meltdown. And the Pan-Africanist movement, we're not putting a gun to nobody's head and say being a Pan-Africanist. And then he says, there's not 150,000 African Americans in Ghana. There's no more than like around 3,000 or 4,000, He says the Ghanaians are going to start killing them and everything like that, So basically he feels safe in America, right? Like these white supremacists aren't capable of doing that. They've shown that they've done it before. They wiped out whole cities and black cities and towns in our history. He forgets about the Tuskegee experiments, He forgets about Wilmington and all these other places, black towns that were wiped out by white mobs and everything like that. He forget about all the stuff that white people have done to us and their slavery and everything like that. But yet he wants to basically malign Africans like they're going to do the same thing that happened to us. He's projecting on Africa what could really, really happen to us in America, because we're out gunned.
Yeah, that's a lot of negative energy, brother. A lot of negative energy. I got Chris keep on popping up. I don't know what he wants. Let me know if you do.
Kala, this guy, I don't know who is this guy. You see, this.
Go ahead, Ola.
I don't know who is this guy, but I think there is no African person. That's why I was telling that guy that there's no African person. Look, Africans are not just monsters who just start killing people that look like them, that's nothing to do with them. They live their own life. In this
the thing of it is, these people live in America and they see things going on and they take it the wrong way, and they sometimes
Africans.
Well, the thing of it is, he's looking at coup d'etat. He's looking at civil unrest in the past few decades.
Let me just tell you one thing.
Hold on, try to coordinate with me. So that's so. Don't make it seem like he's coming out of nowhere and is making these points.
I understand.
So maybe he's not very educated, which I understand, because if you're not in Africa and things like that, you don't understand certain things. But these things exist to where it is a problem, and we can't just blame people from America that they don't have interest in Africa, because the reason why they don't have interest is the things that are going on. They're hearing failure stories. They're not hearing about a whole bunch of success stories. 90%, if 90% of the people that left from America went to Africa was successful and doing well, and things are being built. People from America and other parts of diaspora that have this hatred would change their minds, because our people, they basically like to jump on the bandwagon and things like that. And also, while you're here, Ola, and I'm gonna find out Chris, hold on, I'm gonna find out what you want real quick.
Okay, let me
brother Jug. Hold on. You have to just hold on and cool down sometimes. This is a comment for you. Kidola, please explain to us why ECOWAS are brave enough to threaten Niger, but they do not threaten the Arabs in Libya, North Sudan, who are still enslaving Africans. Please ask to explain. So go ahead. What do you think about that, Ola?
Let me just. I think Tinubu was just to look. That threat was just fake threat. He knows that he will never send a northern soldier. What you have to understand, northern part of Nigeria and Niger speak the same type of language. They are cousins. They share the same ancestors. Sokoto, Zamfara State, Kano State. Those kings and all of them said none of their people will cross that border to go and fight their own brother. It will never happen. Tinubu will not succeed in sending a northern soldier to go to the jail and start fighting there. The Igbo man and the Yoruba man will never ever go, because they will stand out. They don't speak the same language. They will round them up there. These soldiers will not. If Tinubu tried, they will be overthrown even in Nigeria. You understand? Because they are very, very close there. So it was speaking to kind of to. I think he wants to show, oh, I'm the president of ECOWAS. Ghana man will never ever send their soldiers there. These are all just games. Why do you think? Why do you think the ECOWAS carry out what they have in their mind? This is not Gambia. This is not, oh, let's go there, let's go. It's very, very complicated.
So Ola, what we're gonna have to do is we'll wait to see what goes on.
No,
in that
ECOWAS.
situation.
I bet you, ECOWAS is not going there. 100%. That's why
Okay,
the
brother.
French.
Well, it seems like, to be honest with you, right? Well, it seems to me, right? Benin is saying it's already having French warships off the coast and whatnot. Senegal, they're all geared up to fight and whatnot. There's black Frenchmen, these race traders that they are. They're ready to go in and whatnot, and Ivory Coast too and whatnot, they're pro-French and everything, and I'm saying to myself, and that was the shocker. The shocker is Ghana and Nigeria is going along with this. These are English-speaking countries.
Carla, I bet you, if Nigeria is not involved, which Nigeria is not going to be involved. If Nigeria is not,
they're the ones heading this.
Hold on.
All right, and hold on before we continue. Let me see what this guy want real quick, and because we're gonna have to start wrapping it up anyway. And Ola, you're going back and forth with the situation. You're guaranteeing us things that are not guaranteed because you don't run the country, and they have made their point. And Tinubu has a whole lot to prove. He's trying to make a name for himself, just like the AU chairman. That is the Kenyan president.
Roko. He's another clown, fake Pan-Africanist.
Hey,
all right,
so
Chris, we're gonna get a quick question in from you, because I see like you are.
I just wanted to make a comment and then ask a question to Kala, and then that's all. So the fire guy who was in here, I forgot his name. Fire. He was in here. Icon Fire. Yeah. So I just want to ask you guys a question. Do you guys first of all preface it with this? It's a running joke among white people, specifically, I guess you could call what racist white people, in their group chats and online, just in general, about the exact type of black man that Fire was, claiming like blacks invented everything and everything was stolen. And like when I say everything, I mean everything. Like just he on the stream earlier claimed that blacks invented fiber optic and all this stuff. Can I ask you guys a question? Do you guys agree with that? Or because it just makes you guys look bad when you start sounding so delusional to a certain extent. I'm not saying you guys in particular, but when he was saying that, like that type of like commentary, it's literally like a running joke. Like people will literally say like, yeah, man, we like mocking black people, like, yeah, man, we invented this shit, man. We was kings. Like, is that, do you guys really?
Well, like this, on this show, right? We believe in like the Bible says, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, right? In other words, whatever belongs to Caesar belongs to Caesar's. Whatever belongs to us belongs to us. Me, I don't believe in pseudo history and stuff like this, right? I do have we could do a show on black inventions and stuff like that. I'll contribute to science, everything that's legitimate to everybody like this. Now, when you hear pseudo people talking and stuff like that black people did this and black people that, or they basically blacken people, like taking other people's cultures and claiming it's their own and stuff like that, that's a problem. That's not us.
Well,
this is intelligent.
And I know you're gonna. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
This is an intelligent platform, right? We don't walk around talking about we were kangs and all stuff like this. We take the L's. We said, look, we're digging up from a hole. We were basically people from sub-Saharan Africa who were basically enslaved in the transatlantic slave trade through the Maafa, the Holocaust, and everything. We're trying to basically build ourselves up and everything to get to the next level. I always say on this show, right, and I put myself at risk and everything like that with a lot of my people, right? I said, like, if we were so great and everything like that, we wouldn't be in the situation we're in right now.
And then,
but that does not mean that no race of people is superior. It just means that we have not organized our heart, the mindset. It's all about the mind and the heart and the spirit. If we want to build and get out of the situation and rise, we can do it. We have the same capabilities as anybody else. What Marcus Garvey always said, no race of people have the last say on civilization and culture.
Yeah, and you can take this from this what you will, but I know you, coming from me, it's a little bit you may roll your eyes, but if I was in your guys' position and I hear him claiming these things, I would say like stop, like you like it's not helping anything. So, but I'll just leave
people have their opinions. People say things I don't agree with. They have their opinions.
But Kala, there's fact. You can't have an opinion about a fact. Like you can't say my opinion is the sky is green. You know what I mean? Unless you're colorblind.
Yeah, but like I
so-
said, some people, some of our people, because they've been beaten down so much and whatnot, that's what they tell us. We tell ourselves that we did this, we did that. Instead of basically, I always say like this: one of the most remarkable things we ever did was we created the Republic of Liberia. We created a modern state on our own with no colonization, no nothing, and we basically, by the 1970s, Liberia was climbing to the helms of industrialization and modernization, was on airline industries and everything, right? That was a black state, but black people do not embrace that because we don't know about that, right? So we basically want to talk about other things like Egypt and everything. And I said, look, like I said, render to Caesar that which is Caesar's, right? I said like this: black people contributed greatly to America, right? But we did not build America, right? It was the Anglo-Saxons and the white race who built America with black labor, some black input and everything. But we did not build America. You know, if we built America, why would we be at the bottom of it, right? If we built America, we would be on top. You know, that's just the truth.
Yeah. So, and then I just have one question, Kyle, and then I'm done. So I listen to you guys talk about like Pan-Africanism and this sort of thing. Wouldn't it be a better idea before thinking about going back to Africa and creating community and so forth? Wouldn't it be almost necessary before thinking about physically going there to take back control of Africa? So I don't know the history. You Kyle, you know history a lot better than me. I don't know. You know.
Hold on.
Yeah.
What do you mean by taking over Africa?
No. Like black people take back. Like, isn't Africa? You guys said it earlier. Like, isn't Africa? It's like all different countries are plundering it and they have power.
Look. What you should understand is this: is that Africa is not just where you come and dance freely. One day you will pay a price for it. Look, taking over Africa, other countries are coming there. What you see now, some of all these coups are being caused by some of all these things. You understand? So yes, Obama failed Africa. You understand me? That was when Africa started actually realizing this guy might have his father from Kenya, but what is coming to say to Africans about homosexuals and other things is not what they want. And you can see they even push back on him, say, no, bro.
Good.
Don't give us this game.
Good.
This is not our problem. Don't come and tell us, these things. But take
That's
over
why
Africa. I don't think anybody's coming to take over Africa. You know, that guy you mentioned his name, Fire. What is his name? It's a different type of human being. He doesn't know much about Africa. He see Africa like by sorting them indirectly. Look, Africa people if most places in Africa, if you bring out your camera as a foreigner, they will ask you to take it off immediately. Even the local people tell you, why you bring that, if you're a foreigner, why you bring that camera out? Because Africa start understanding that they will take picture from them and twist it up and say, oh, this is the way they live, why they don't the way they live. You understand? Because in Africa sometimes, look, Africa is huge. If you come to a place like Nigeria, it's very, very huge. Very, very huge. What is going on in one part is you that even live in Nigeria will not even know what is going on in the other part. So it's easy. Those who want to cash cruise, it's not just some of the white people have been using Africa to cash cruise. Those that their career are fading up in Europe or in America, say, oh, just go to Africa and do some good aid. Without Africa not knowing, sometimes some of this good aid they're coming to do over there is just to boost their own career where they're coming from, just to have this kind of set name. What this Madonna is doing, coming to adopt Malawi children and all that. It's not the Africans assassin. This is not really in the good name. They're just using it to want to create a career for themselves. And because we don't believe in those propaganda, and Africa don't know this propaganda that they're using them to come and cash cruise, Africa sort of just, oh, these people are nice. Oh, okay, this child's mother is dead. I think, he need help. Then you
Okay,
start
listen. Maybe. Okay, Africa's huge, so maybe let me rephrase it. Whatever. What place in Africa is the main Pan-African goal? What is it? Liberia still, or is it Ghana, or where is the country that you guys are aiming towards? I'm just curious.
I don't know. I don't understand anything about Pan-African goals.
All right, hold on. So we'll switch real quick. We have a guest on. Let me let this person in. Family, make sure I got your name right. Chitlins and Grits, welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. What's on your mind?
Hey, pretty good. You know, I'm going to give Chris a little pushback.
All right, go ahead.
Chris, here's the thing. White people do it all the time.
Do what?
What you was talking about in regards to, we did, black people said we did this, we invented this. I mean, even, like back in the day, let's say rock and roll. Rock and roll was pretty much started by blacks, right?
Well, isn't it because it was like evolved from jazz, right?
Right. But it started by blacks, and it used to be called nigger music back.
No, you're right. I agree with you.
Let's talk. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like
100%.
You made it seem like it was only black people that does this, but white people do it all the time.
I know, but I feel like black people,
even with our history, at one time, certain African histories, they said it was, history became civilized because of these white immigrants who came to this region. How did that fucking make sense?
What's
during antiquity time, like certain African cultures back in the day, if you look back and as far as studying what historians wrote about certain things, white historians used to make that, let's say the Songhai Empire was started by light-skinned, white-looking people who were pretty much Berbers. White folks been doing this shit all the time.
Yeah.
So let's just not make it like, black people do these talking points, because your group of people have been doing it for many years.
The reason I wasn't really bringing it up as a slight or anything. The reason I bring it up is because the exact way that the fire guy sounded earlier is like, I've heard jokes about it even like recently, and then I hear it and I'm like, oh my God, it's like based on real thing. But I'm not over here saying I'm not trying to say it as like a slight. I just do you know what I mean? Like, it seems to me that there's a lot of there's this like notion. I don't know if it's like going around on social media or whatever. And the white people who do it, see, we write the history, so I guess it's more normalized, right?
Right. Just like rock and roll. You could look at YouTube videos when Elvis came out. You know what I mean? It was called nigger music. Now it's white folks music. You know what I mean? I mean, nigger music, and it was banning. It was actually bannings in radio stations because of this rock and roll.
Yeah, it's like the modern day rap back then. All the parents didn't want their kids listening to it.
Right, but look at it now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So appreciate both you guys. Let me let Ja in. Ja, welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. Let us know what's on your mind.
No, you can continue to let them go back and forth. I'll just chime in whenever I want to make a point.
That's why we added you, so you can make.
I'll just finish now. I just want to ask Kala, and I'm pretty much done. Kala didn't answer, but like basically, I don't know how to ask the question perfectly, Kala, but do you think that blacks need to have some sort of like they need to take back some sort of like governmental, financial? It's hard question to answer. Control from, like, for example, France or whoever the hell owns Africa or is plundering Africa before they think of moving there. Because if they just move there without getting at the root, you understand what I'm trying to ask you?
Well, what I propose is, and like I said, if all our ducks seem like they're lining up, because all these French countries and everything like that are collapsing all over the continent. And I said, if we move back to the continent, right, we could build enclaves and everything that's militarily fortified and everything, but we could give out people, say we could self-govern ourselves with our own tax base and stuff like that. We could add value to the continent, right? We could bring resources and create a global pipeline into the continent, right? Right now, we can't really do that, because, like I said, what if we, let's say we go to a country and we don't agree with what's going on in the national government? We're affected by that. So we have to have a situation where We have our own infrastructure and everything, agreements, and those sort of things aren't happening because let me be frank with you, right? When people say the African diaspora, they're not talking about African Americans, right? Because if you say the African diaspora means African Americans, that's a geopolitical statement, right? And you got the answer to the United States and everything because African Americans are still Americans for the most part. We're Americans, right? So basically, what I'm saying is, if you look at other successful models, right? You have the Korean community, right? They're built, have their own Koreatowns in America and everything, but they have strong ties to Korea as far as business and everything like that. The African continent has never reached to Black America and built those ties with Black America by which we could facilitate and have like a labor or a knowledge pool and business pool together. We've never done that. So therefore, it has to be on a high level. Then on the other side of that is this. When you see Black people go to the continent, right? We're going there empty-handed. We're going there with no diplomatic cover, you know. We're going there with the idea that we're trying to escape from America and damn America and all stuff like this. So therefore, if we do get in trouble, we got to run to the same U.S. embassy and we make it seem like we don't that we're running from. So therefore, there's no. It's like this: 500 years of being as a Black person in America, 40 years of being completely dominated and in captivity by another race of people. We're trying to come out of that, first of all, mentally. You know, mentally. How do we basically say that we're capable of governing ourselves? We're capable of being ourselves and everything. And then we got a lot of people who don't want to be African. They don't want to acknowledge that they're Black. They don't want to even acknowledge that the slave trade happened. So we have a lot of work cut out for us.
Hey, Patricia, why don't you shut your cock hole unless you're going to come on the panel and talk? And Ola, you live in Africa.
Hey, be respectful.
Nigeria.
Be respectful.
Ola, so you live in Africa, right? Ola. I can ask you guys.
Yeah, hello,
basically.
hello.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Let's call it by its individual.
Look. Chris, I don't know. Chris, you sound like a white guy, right?
What?
You sound like a white guy.
I'm white. Yeah. Can I just ask you a question?
Hold on. The question you asking, you indirectly asked it that can the Black Americans take over Africa? I don't know. Taking over Africa is not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Well, then the whole thing's not going to happen because you can't just, like Kala said, you can't just go there and expect.
Look. You can come and assimilate into whatever is there in that territory. You understand? But you coming to take over a territory, man, it's like the Igbos who live in Lagos want to take over Lagos from the Yoruba people.
Yeah. So Ola, so let me ask you, Ola, so do the majority or do a good amount of Africans living in Africa view Black Americans in a negative light?
They don't know them. They don't know them too much like that. You understand me? So they don't know them too much like that. Most Africans doesn't watch YouTube. Those that will listen to music, people like the Michael Jackson, and they like them a lot. They don't have any hatred towards them. You understand? How can you hate people that you don't know too much about? People that don't look. You have to offend somebody in Africa before they start thinking about you. You understand me?
Well,
so the Black Americans have never done nothing bad to the Africans. So why should they hate them?
I don't know where
hate is very, very strong. View them in a negative aspect. You must say,
I don't know where I've heard it from.
Africans that come to United States might be mingled with some people. Not some people they say, I don't like you, but you cannot generalize. Oh, all Black Americans don't like Africans. Just the way Africans in the continent doesn't have any negative view about Black Americans at all.
Curious, here's the thing, bro. Africa is a continent. Again, Africa is a continent. What I mean by continent is a continent with many different countries, or 54 so countries. Ola represents his ethnic group, I don't know what ethnic group he is Yoruba or Igbo or whatnot, in Nigeria, do you absolutely think he would know what a person from South Africa, Zulu, might think? Or a person from Namibia might think? Or a person like a Kikuyu in Kenya might think?
I just don't have when you put it like that, I don't picture.
Right. It's just like talking about like Europe, right?
Yeah.
You have France, you have England, you have Spain, you have Russia, you have Ukraine. Do you think they're all going to be thinking in one queue? We have to use we have to exercise our intelligence, bro. Use our human intelligence.
Yeah. No, I'm just curious. That's all. All right. Well, y'all have a good night. I mean, obviously, white man's not wanted here, but anyways, I just want to.
No, you good. You good.
Nobody say you wasn't wanted.
It's not about your race. It's right. We just have to correct you in certain little things.
Nah, bro. People in the YouTube chat, they're mad, dude.
Well, ignore them.
But we don't come on your platform. Don't come on here. I love how they said I'm meth and methany or methed out mommy bitch, bro. I literally have millions of dollars in 2 different houses in 2 different states, man. That's crazy.
Hey, that's what's up. Send me a super chat.
Right.
And also, Jughead, appreciate the super chat. Jughead, appreciate you, brother. I'm trying to get Chris to send us a super chat. He's taking up a lot of our time today.
No,
Chris,
if I send that, you're gonna want reparations. I can't do that.
No, Chris, I don't want no reparations. What I want is
Africa is our reparations, man.
You got stop talking.
But anyway, let's let in the Jughead. Greetings, Jughead. Welcome to the call.
Greetings from London, the UK. It's morning up here. It's nice and morning. It's blessed and bright. I'm still on night shift. I'm sleepy. But greetings to the panel, Chris, Kidola, Bomani, Kala. I'm saying I do apologize. Yeah, I mean, the topic today, again, importance. Let's say about Kidola, about my comments before about France and ECOWAS. Look, can you hear me clearly? Can you guys hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. And let me put your comment back up there.
Kidola, your explanation, I wasn't satisfied about ECOWAS. Okay, now ECOWAS threatened Niger, their neighbours. In Libya right now, just Libya, North Sudan, they're selling Africans as slaves right now in 2023. What ECOWAS threatened them? What's the disparity between the behaviour between Niger and the Arab nations? They were selling African slaves. ECOWAS are cowards and hypocrites. That's a fact. I mean, I love you, my Nigerian brother, but that's a fact. ECOWAS are cowards. That's obvious. You threaten Niger, but who do nothing wrong. But Libyans who threaten Africans as slaves right now, you don't threaten them. They don't threaten them. That's hypocrisy and cowardice. What say you, sir?
I think you're getting mixed up with
Joga. Let me tell you one thing.
Hey, Grits, you're a nigger. Fuck you, nigger.
Most Nigerians.
Oh man.
Most Nigerians.
He's gone.
Apart from Tinubu and some of his inner circle there, the Senate. The Senate, they approve this going to be invading Niger. The Senate is not support of that, but the population of Nigeria is against it. The religious leaders are against it. The Northerners are against it. Let me just tell you one thing, it's not going to happen. If Nigeria is not involved, which I know 100% Nigeria will never be involved, Senegal cannot go and fight in Niger. Benin Republic is small. It's too small to go and fight in Niger. You understand me?
You asked my question. And that's why I forget about the North Africa. Why have they not threatened Libya? Answer that point.
They can't go there because if they go to Libya, the Egyptians are the other one, they will fight them there. You can't threaten Africans. ECOWAS is not strong enough to go and threaten the Arabs in their territory.
Why are they strong enough? Why are they strong? Well, no, why is that then? Why are we not strong enough? It's 2023. Why are they still weak in 2023? Is that embarrassing?
The French is even look. ECOWAS will divide into 2 camps. Now you could see what is going on now. ECOWAS then into 2 camps. The military rulers are in one side, the other puppet in the other side. And that's what they've been looking for. That's what they've been looking for, to divide ECOWAS. Right? ECOWAS is fully that divided into 2 camps.
Yeah, Cadola, I don't
More we will judge this. More will judge this junta later.
Okay, Cadola, sorry to interrupt you. I don't tolerate excuses. Okay, look how small Vietnam is. Okay, Vietnam beat Japan, France, and America back to back. Teeny Vietnam. You know how small Vietnam is. I don't hear excuses. Teeny Korea went toe-to-toe with America. Teeny Korea. Okay, I don't hear excuses. Afghan peasants went toe-to-toe with USSR. Afghan peasants beat USSR. So I don't hear excuses. Okay, I don't tolerate excuses.
ECOWAS cannot invade Africa. ECOWAS cannot invade Libya and all those territories that are far away. I don't think they do West African countries that will even go to Libya to be fighting there. I think they will just eliminate all of them there. If they're united. If they're united, that's why they need Mali. That's what they need. Niger, that will be fighting. Who know how to fight this for centuries. That's why I'm telling you that Mali is a very important country. If Mali fall, the Arabs will run over the whole of West Africa. That's why we need Mali to be very, very strong. That's why I was saying that Mali is formed with all type of West Africans there. Senegal, Ghana, all those are from Mali. You understand me? It's a buffer zone. But if you destroy Mali, forget it. The Arabs will run over the other part of Nigeria, Niger, to Ghana. There will be a war again, a big war.
You prove my point. Little Mali is a buffer. Why is Mali decided by itself? That's my point, Cadola. West Africa is made of 15 countries, or maybe 6 or 17. Okay, it's a massive region. Do you mean bothered by little run France? Little teeny Korea, Algeria beat the French under Ben Bella decades ago. Algeria by itself. Teeny Vietnam beat France, Japan, and USA by itself. I don't have excuses. I won't tolerate it. I won't tolerate it. It's embarrassing. I'm not angry at you, because I'm not angry at you, because I know you're conscious man. That's why you're on the panel. But as black man, and they asked me, that's embarrassing. To be black people still be chatting on stage in 2023. It's embarrassing. If you're not embarrassed, there's something wrong with you. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. The cowardice and retardation of our leaders is a mockery. They're dumb animals. Animal has more sense than African leaders. How can you threaten Niger, but you're threatening the Libyans? The animal has more sense than those leaders. A cockroach has more sense than those leaders. A cockroach. Let me calm down now before I give myself a stroke.
All right, excellent, Jugget. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. So, Carla, what you think? You want to wrap things up and get final thoughts from everyone?
Yeah, I would just say it was a good bill tonight, and everything, except for, I deal with the white guy better than I could deal with that Tyrone and Alcoon,
Tyrone and Alcoon.
Yeah, I mean, they can't
go around all over the internet and troll people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, the white guy comes in, he knows how to behave himself, and everything like that, and these clowns come in and disrupt everything, and try to take the conversation left. That's why I'm glad we got rid of them early, And so, that's a shame when you got a white supremacy come on and have an intelligent conversation halfway, and you got
kind of,
but no, if you would have heard, Chick and Grit, all about Alcoon and that dude Tyrone, you say, those goofballs and whatnot, they came here and they took the conversation left. And it was just disgusting, it was disgusting. So, but the thing is about this guy, maybe Children's Grist, you can go back and listen to the show and listen to this guy Randy Short, basically coming at Pan-Africans unfairly, and give us the next time. I think we're doing the show tomorrow night. Give us your opinion on what he was saying.
I will.
Okay, so you gotta go he was playing different parts of it, so it was stopped, but we was giving our input and everything like that. It's a little long, but but it was basically he had all his dates wrong about and then he put everything on Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. So what that tells me, he's a Republican, and I'm not Democrat, Republican, anything like that. But I know I'm fair. I'm no fan of Barack Obama, but I'm fair. I'm no fan of Hillary Clinton, but unfair. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, the reason why West Africa is going through all that because of Obama and Hillary. No, this has started decades before Obama even got on the scene. And then they'll say, oh, these coups are happening because of America. Then on the other hand, he says that the coups are happening because of America. Why would America engineer coup? Because America, AFRICOM, train these stuff. Just because they train the military, don't mean the military is going to obey what AFRICOM or America has to say. These coups are basically because these governments are fed up with the ineffectiveness and the thing. They have countries like we don't have any money, we have no jobs, we have nothing, right? And we have jihadists, and so the governments are ineffective. So the military took over, with that American training. So he makes it seem like, oh well, the Americans are good. So the bottom line, just look at that video, and he basically said that if you go to Africa, you're going to be killed and all this kind of stuff like this. It was just a complete mess. But that video is going viral around, people talking about it and stuff like that. So we just gave our analysis on it.
Cool. Well, one thing I have to say, I did learn a lot from you gentlemen on here on the platform, despite the other dude being on here, in regards to the various different francophone countries within West Africa. What I'm thinking about as well, since Niger and northern Nigeria have a lot of ethnic connections, because people in Niger speak the Hausa language, and they used to be, I guess, the 7 Hausa states. I wonder how that cultural connection between the two regions have an effect as far as what's going on there.
There's whole villages right there. I watched this one video that said on this part of the village is Nigeria, and this right here is Niger. This whole village is divided by these lines, and they're the same people going back and forth. And they said this is the border of these two countries right here in the same village.
Right. Because I wonder, does the Sokoto in eastern Nigeria, is he default culturally the leader of both peoples?
There's a Kolo Caliphate, I believe that's a Fulani Caliphate. There's not really nothing. This is all about geopolitics, right?
Right.
But it really comes down to it, right? You have a modern military and military in Nigeria. I don't think the culture of the average person in both regions is going to be because it's basically the same people,
Correct. That's what I was thinking.
So, but the bottom line is, there's going to be a lot of lives lost when the French are determined not to give up. I thought by now the French, something we lost. Evidently, whatever they have in Niger, they're not letting it up. And right before the whole entire black race's eyes, they're going to take it back. And we're sitting there powerless. This is what I'm saying about we talk about in Afrikstan. It's time for us to look differently as black people in America. It's time to build Africa. It's time to build a thing. What if our votes, right, were connected to our geopolitics and what we see in Africa? Why do you think they want to stop this Pan-African stuff right now in its tracks? Because what if we start showing up at the U.S. State Department, the U.S. Different French embassies and everything, and causing a ruckus like this, like we did during apartheid South Africa? Remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Do you think they want that again? No. It was America was ready to accept Black America until we got involved with the apartheid struggle. That's when all this racist stuff came out in the late 80s. When we galvanized Black colleges, Black businesses, Black cities and mayors and whatnot, we shut down South Africa and America and whatnot. That's when all this racial stuff resurfaced.
Right.
And a lot of Black people like this guy, Randy Short, fears that's what's going to happen again. If we start getting too involved in Africa and we said we have conflict with American policy in Africa, that's why he's a coward. He don't want Black America. All right. So that's why he's trying, you better off in America. You're better off in America. On one hand, he's condemning America, right? Another thing is this too. We got to stop listening to people who act like they're pro-Black and also talk about America. But when we say, okay, we're going to be Pan-Africanists, you can't do that because we're Americans. We're saying we're looking at things objectively. And we have a vote. If we could make Black America is really going to be the deciding vote in the next election. If we had a thing saying that we want a different program for Africa, you give Israel $32 billion and all stuff like this right there. How come one African country hasn't gotten that reciprocated that amount of money? You give $80 billion to Ukraine, and the money's being looted and laundered and everything, right? But they don't have nothing to give to Black Africa. What if our votes were basically tethered to the policy? It was one time there when you got our votes. We had Republicans voting against South Africa for sanctions. You know,
yeah.
Whatever happened to that? What happened to the Black vote? Black right now, all Black people want to talk about is the Democrats, the Democrats, and Black Lives Matter, the LGBTQ. We're even fighting for open borders, something that we don't benefit from.
You're lying about that.
Callum, I come in, yeah. I mean, that's
go ahead,
what Keller's correct. About chitlins and grits, welcome, brother. Yeah, Keller's correct. As I said before, chitlins, you may have not heard before. African Americans, over after 200 years, you're the best blacks on the planet. That's a fact. In science, business, inventions, cultural inventions, Black Americans have no blacks come close over 200 years. Because of your creativity, if you collect of Africa, that's why they killed Malcolm, because Malcolm was trying to collect African Americans. He trust economics, instead of Black economics and unite with Africa. That's why they killed him. The way it was dangerous. If you take their creativity, because African soil, but depending on white supremacy, Africa will look like Singapore. Africa will look like Dubai by now. If African Americans follow Malcolm's program, Africa will look like Dubai by now. We will have a space program and nuclear weapons. If you listen to Malcolm, that's why they killed him. The colour's right. When Africans use influence to end apartheid, or this is from your end, these are charlatans. That's what all that resentment came up. Colour's correct. All that resentment came up from European Anglo-Saxons. So all that vitriol, because then what they're afraid of is retribution. Look, I don't want vengeance, but in their mind, because they know what they've done to us, they think that we get some Black Pakistan, some Black North Koreas, nations that are economically strong, they fear retribution. That's what they fear. After not my eyes, but that's what they feel. It's a guilt complex.
And this ADOS FBA movement comes right on time, with more and more Black people looking at Africa, but it hasn't translated into any political policy other than the same old when all these African countries go there, and then Eric Adams of New York did his buck dancing thing, and they basically humiliate Africa with this $1 billion thing, and it basically was tethered to change your LGBTQ laws. Like, that's not what the Pan-African movement's all about. We should go. They made sure all the real Pan-Africanists were not anywhere in the conversation. They got Benjamin Crump and Al Sharpton and all these goofball clowns up there as Pan-Africanists.
Hell, you mean Benjamin Chump?
Yeah, Benjamin Chump. Yep. Jughead guy. You got one for Al Sharpton?
Oh, I got loads here, man, but it's a family program.
You got one for Al Sharpton? I gotta hear it, man.
Well, of course, that's family friendly. Al the informant Sharpton. You know, was a form for the FBI. He tried to set up. Was it Giuliani? He's a snitch, isn't he? Al Sharpton. He's a snitch. So I call him Al the Snitch Sharpton. He's a snitch. That's more presentable. But obviously, but they're family friendly.
He was an informant. He was an informant.
Yeah, with Giuliani against the mafia. It's well known. He was an informant. You guys are snitch. He was
an informant, you know. So basically, right now, and this is what I'm disappointed with the so-called new Black media, social media. They haven't made one dent. You know, I appreciate Phil Scott, what he's trying to do, but Phil needs a little more he needs to spend more time with me and Bomani and all of us in the Pan-African, because he says a lot of stuff. His heart's in the right place, you know. I appreciate the Kinganda channel, you know. They talk about social issues and culture issues and everything, not so much as stuff like that. I appreciate what people are doing, but I do believe that there should be a groundswell right now of where does America stand as far as France getting ready to cause genocide in Africa, right? How come no one's talking about that? You know, what did Black America talk about? What did we talk about? Jeezy and Jenny Mai. You know, they're using our platforms to talk about foolishness and everything like that. You know, I'm not saying that everybody got to be political, but geez, you know, everything can't be about your football team. Put the hot dog down, put the beer down, you know, put the remote control down and start thinking about something more important. That's why people were back in the 70s when that's how we galvanized that thing with apartheid in South Africa, you know, because we did all the other stuff too. Because Black people still remember that time, you know, Black people were, you know, the 80s were a good time for Black America, middle class growing, everything, but we still found time to say, look, we don't like what's going on in South Africa. Maybe because South Africa was a white government, right? But we've never basically confronted the corrupt governments in the rest of Africa. You know, that's a problem. We just saw a white government, and so we let. And Fela Kuti once said that. He goes, "How can he boycotted the Festac festival of 1977?" He said, "How can you talk about South Africa, right? And which is legitimate, but you say nothing about the corruption that goes on in the rest of Africa, like we had the Rumble in Jungle, right? Why do we put Mobutu Sese Seko on the map like that? You know, Mobutu Sese Seko was losing until he did a Rumble in Jungle. Then he got the love and appreciation of the Black world when he hosted the Ali Foreman fight. You know, so this is what I'm talking about. We have a hard time basically trying to correct other things that don't directly concern with white people. You know, if because Nigeria is a Black country, we're not going to say nothing about Tinubu and his treachery. Talk about he wants to invade Niger. We're not going to say anything.
I will.
I know Jughead will.
Yes, Callum. Well said. So it's that time to wrap it up. So Chitlins and Grits or Jughead, let me know if you have any final thoughts.
No, I already said what I had to say. I was just listening on. But go ahead, Jughead.
What about you, Jughead?
Chitlins, my brother, welcome to the panel. Nice to interact with you, my brother. It's good to hear from you. And please come on more. You're sensible, brother. You're intelligent. Please come on more. You're welcome. Carla, as usual, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let me go, calm down now. We'll give us a stroke.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. I learned a lot.
All right, brother.
All right.
Yes, Carla, so you're good.
Yeah, I'm good. We'll hit it back on tomorrow night.
All right, so fam, we're going to close out with some Sankofa Bird.
Sons of Africa, shining bright. It was the year 1957. The African Republic of Ghana regained her independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Bomani Nkrumah. Blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, Kadamawi, Kadamawi, Kadamawi. Hey, hey!
Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Son, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. United we stand, and we standing strong. From the examples of Ghana, got to be working together. Black star, black generation. Ice, gold and green. Life, color, life, liberation. Black and pink cross. Symbols from creation. It was a sun, go forward. A message and a lesson, lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Son, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing, blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. The call and response. Rhythms of djembe and kete. Sounding far and distance. Regenerating vibration. From corner to curb. The million voices are heard. Ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy. It was a sun, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Son, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. You must return to your roots and get your blessing, blessing. Ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy. Stand, go forward. A message and a lesson, lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Stand, go forward. A message and a lesson, lesson. Return to the roots.